You guys can see price has been making higher highs. So this is our indications that price wants to continue bullish. These pullbacks are always to a set level, right? And as you can see, where is this pullback stopped at? Where is this high? And as you can see, this is what we are aiming for. All right, I was hoping we came down to this level. We can still manipulate down to this level. All right, it'll be better if we bounce off of this level here, right? Because it is a fib level, right? 705. So this is just a good area that price should bounce off of to go higher. So that is why I'm long right now. Loco, you got it. All right, bet, bro, bet. But as you can see, our indication gives us this is our high, right? A indication has to give us a higher high, right? So this is my indication, right? My correction is price coming back to the high that it just previously broke, right? So that is my correction, is price coming back to the high. And then my continuation is price continuing in this trend to create a new higher high, right? That is what we are aiming for, and that is how this has been working. If we go back and look at the past, it's literally the same thing, right? Price comes, gives us, look, price has been making higher highs this whole entire time, right? Every single time price has broken a new higher high, it has retraced to that high to go higher. We end up taking a higher high from this new high. We retrace. Where do we go? So this is our indication price wants to go higher because we make a new high. We correct down to this level and we go higher. So now this is our indication that price wants to go higher. We are taking a correction back down to this level and we should be going higher. All right, that's how these things work. All right. It does help understanding what VWAP is, and I'm still gonna wait a couple more minutes because our viewers are a lot lower than what they normally are. So I'm gonna make sure everybody gets in before I start to explain a lot of stuff. Because we normally at least have double this in the Discord. But so it is what it is. I will repeat it if I have to. Dang, we have 5K now, boy. Okay, so what is VWAP? Thoughts on gold shorts? You better not be in gold shorts. We're long gold off VWAP. We're up $5,400 right now. My TP is up here at 1,100 bucks. 11, wow, at 11K. I think I entered a little bit later. I think I entered off the break of VWAP. Yeah, I think I entered off the break of out this band. My TP right now is at 3688. He said, "Look, you funny as hell. I'm trying to find an entry." Yeah, that pullback that we just missed on the 1 minute was the entry right here. Look, this was the resistance, right? Price couldn't go above this and I'm making lower lows. Once price got above this area, this is where you take your entry. And as you can see, it would have been a decent entry. All right, we started making higher highs. We get the pullback, take the entry, and price goes higher. All right, so I am expecting gold to give us a very bullish bias. I am expecting gold to do some type of movement around 8 o'clock. I'm just not thinking that it's going to go. I think we're going to get a big drop around 8. Alright, in the 15 minute, this is the last level that we broke to make a lower low. So we need to get above this level. If we can get above this level, we should be pretty good. And I might even aim for these higher highs. but I would need for price to get above this level. Alright, it's just because this is a nice resistance. This lower low that price had made is going to cause a lot of resistance. If it doesn't and we blow past it with no resistance, this is a good spot to enter. As long as you have your stop loss below that that 1 minute low, you should be good. Again, we are up 5,200. And I'm going to post it into the Discord. What stop loss in 1 minute? Go to the 1 minute and look at the 1 minute pullback. There's only one pullback in that whole 1 minute segment. Where is the last pullback on a 1 minute segment? Alright, so if you got in on this high, alright, we should wait for the pullback. Right, and I'm going to show you real quick. Basically, take your entry off of the pullback at this level here, stop loss below this low right here. Alright, 360.70, yeah, there you go. Bubbles, what's going on, bro? Appreciate you joining. Alright, again, this is a resistance area, so if we reject off of this, this is going to act as support, right? So at least give it a couple ticks below this level, because as you can see, our VWAP band is coming up to this level, so price should bounce off of it to go higher. Alright, so that is kind of what I see. Hoping that we just get a clear bounce right off this high and we don't have to worry about these lows being antagonized, right? Let's just get this bounce to push us higher, and let's stay in order flow. Anytime you see price moving in this upward fashion with literally to no like pullbacks, no movement, this is called order flow. This is like AI generated market where price is just literally very consistent with no big pullbacks, no nothing, which is bad for people who are trying to get in, but good for the people who got in down here, right? And that is kind of where I'm at. I got in super low. Let's see if I could post it. And there we go. That was the touch. That's your entry right there. Stop loss below the low, which is coming up to this whatever this is called. Is this gold? Yes. As you can see in the background, it says GC1 and gold futures. This is gold. 6662. Yeah, I got in at, you could say 665. Only because it wouldn't let me get in. I had 15 contracts I was trying to get in with, and it kept saying max order rejected. And I thought I was in micros. So I'm like, why does it keep saying that? Realizing that my order form was in minis. So I just took 5 minis out instead. So I just posted it for those who are in the Discord. I just posted it, showed you my entry. We have 5K with $1,000 stop loss, and we are profit target of $11,000. But VWAP, I wish it would let me go back and show you VWAP for the whole Asia session and the whole of. Let me see if it lets me, because it would be cool to be able to explain what VWAP is. Is it if it lets me do it all the last session? Yeah, let's see. What's going on, bro? Yeah, that's why I'm honestly targeting New York PM highs, and then I will let runners run. What the fuck is on my thing, yo? What the fuck? I'm probably about to get banned again for cussing. I gotta stop talking on TikTok, bro. Yo, I don't know what the hell spilled on my mouse pad. Bubble, I've been good, bro. I've been good. What's your New York PM highs and all-time? So if you go to anything from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, it's called New York PM highs. So I have this 12 o'clock, which happens to be the middle of VWAP for the whole week session. So this is a good place to target, which is literally at PM highs, right? So again, that's 12 o'clock. So that is my initial target, and my initial target's at 11K. And then I will be letting, maybe another 2 contracts run to all-time highs if it wants to. But as of now, that's where I'm targeting. Bro, what the fuck did I get on my mouse pad? Dang it, this shit, I'm mad as hell. We still getting some momentum? There we go, that's the push I like. I don't like that wick, I don't like that rejection. That is a deep rejection off of our New York session VWAP, which can push price lower. Slime was good, gang. Dang, I'm mad as hell. This shit got me irritated. But let's see how much we're up now. We are up a cool 55. So how do you do more than one VWAP? So VWAP, you have to do, what are you teaching us? Okay, so I teach a strategy of ICC. It's called indication, correction, and continuation. What time frame? I normally like to watch, once I get into profit, I try and stick to like the 5-minute time frames. I don't like to watch the 1 minute. If I'm in deep profit, I'll watch the 15-minute and let that run. But VWAP is what I'm going to start teaching, is basically how to understand what price is doing and why, because the only way price moves is through a balanced market or a unbalanced market. So that is how we have to understand when price is balanced, when price will move sideways, which is a balanced market, and then we want to take the price discovery, which is when price is outside of VWAP, which, as you can see right now, this is Asia open. You see this green line is the standard deviation. The blue line is VWAP. This is standard deviation number 2. So it's anchored VWAP tool, yes. So you have to turn on the standard deviations if they're not already on. Alright? My view is showing below yours, getting rejection on the 5-minute time. Yeah, we're getting a nice rejection off of the daily VWAP bottom band. Which again I don't like, because that is the area where we just fell from. As you can see, this was the last low. So when price makes a lower low, it has to pull up to make a higher low in order for price to make a lower low. So if we get a rejection off of this, I will most likely close my trade and try and find shorts back down to sweep these lows. But I just don't see that. We're in a very good order flow right now. If we go down to the 1 minute, look at this order flow. Look how super tight this is. Alright, so I'm not expecting price to reject off this VWAP band. I'm expecting price to get above it and turn it into support, and then that is another good entry to take. And all we do is take it to the top of our VWAP, to this VWAP TP1, and the top of the TP2. All right. But I just basically want to go over VWAP today. So when you're ever in all-time highs, there is no data for you to look left or right to. The only data that you have is VWAP. So if we go back to today, all right, so let's start over at Asia session. right? Every single time price has came to VWAP, what do we do? So if you're this, so this is all-time high right here, right? New York, we fall underneath. How do we know to stay in buys that we're going higher, right? If this is all-time highs, how do we know that price is going to make another all-time high, right? So what do? We have to look at VWAP and basically take a VWAP bounce, right? So if you can see, what does price do? Price literally rides VWAP this whole entire time. We end up catching trades off of this last night, and we rode this from around here off of the VWAP break of the top band. You see how price comes down, touches VWAP, and then we break up, creating higher highs, right? This is the entry that we tend to look for, right? So as price gets back to VWAP, and we're in an uptrend, that is where we like to take our entries, and then we hold them, right, until price gets back under VWAP. Once price gets under VWAP, how it does right here, this is a perfect example of our strategy, right? We have what? Accumulation, price drops, giving us our first lower low. This is our correction in the market, so indication, correction, we take the sell here, and we sell the VWAP, right? And we want to take profit at around a 4 RR, right? Stop loss at the last previous high, take profit at VWAP, and we get a nice 3.5 R. If you held it, you could have got a 4 R. But regardless, what I'm trying to show you is that these is how you take shorts and target areas. This is how you become a professional scalper, to understand when to take buys and when the shorts are over, right? Or when the longs are over. So as you can see, if we would have took price to VWAP, right, we get this initial reaction, we end up coming, making equal lows. But as you can see, price gets back on top of VWAP, and then we get back on the order flow. Right, so once price got back on top of VWAP and we started to get buying pressure, you can see that price is wanting to get in something called price discovery, which means it wants to get back on top of our standard deviation band. All right, so that is how we caught the second trade. All right, I took my trade right here, put my stop loss below here, and then we end up taking it all the way to all-time highs. We got a 4R. All right, but again, it is literally the same thing. We want price to get under VWAP. Price came under VWAP. As you can see, we just chopped around it, right? We chopped around it. If price would have touched it to make a new high, and then we would take the buys off of the bounce, but we didn't, right? We kind of just stayed in this area, right? As you can see, price is staying within this area. Once we get back above this area, we want to take buys, only because you could see, first of all, that we get a fib level retracement. Look, 705 OTE. Right, so that is our first indication that we should be going long, right, because of OTE. So Cody, what's going on, bro? Appreciate the heart, bro. So VWAP should start at every session. All right, when you just turn on standard VWAP in the indicator section, just turn on it and it should just start up for you. VWAP, anchored VWAP indicator, sorry. Right, but again, this is just kind of what this is supposed to do for you. It's just allow you to understand where price is going and why. Are you funded? Yes, I'm funded. If you can see on my page, I'm funded through like 6 firms. I have over $500,000 in funding. I'm currently up on my funded account, 5K in profit right now. I posted it in my Discord for those who want to see. I'm in a trade right now. We're up 4,800 now. It was 55, but we are falling. We are in this gold trade off of our VWAP. Right here, off of VWAP breakout is where I entered. 3-3, yep, off of right here, 3363. This is where we took our entry off of this break. And I have a live account. Majority of the things that I do is through my live account. My price target, we are aiming for New York basically we're aiming for VWAP of New York session, right? So my VWAP session happens to be New York PM highs, which is our 12 o'clock high, right? 12 to 2 o'clock is your New York PM high, right? So I am targeting that. What happens to be our daily session VWAP, right? So that is where I'm targeting, which would be 11K. And then I will let 2 contracts run to all-time highs just to see what we get. Right, but if you want to see my trade that I'm in currently, Papa John, I appreciate the goat and the rose. If you want to see what I'm in currently, you can get into the Discord, and you will see I call out every trade that I take, day in and day out. We just did a 3K challenge. We turned from 3K to 25K in 7 days. I posted every single day on my TikTok and in the group. All right, so but we are still in order flow, right? Price is still pretty vertical, right? If we draw, we should be above like a 30% trend line off of VWAP. Yeah, we're at a 40% straight vertical incline. Can you guys get the Discord? So the only you can post in your trade channel, I tend to miss the post. Yeah, I gotta figure out how to do that. I don't even know how to do that in Discord. So if somebody knows, I'll make a whole new like channel. So when I post, it only shows my posts. But I don't know how to work Discord. I really don't. Yeah, I'm type mad, bro. I got this something sticky as hell. My mouse pad. My mouse pad is so fire. This shit is expensive as hell. I don't know what I got on it. Your Discord link is broken, I believe. It probably is. That shit never fucking works. Send me a DM right now, and I'll send it to you in the DMs right now. Oh, there we go. Oh, you can't post in the one-on-one section? I didn't even know that. The only thing that I'm not gonna lie is that I might close my position if we fall underneath this level, only because you can see we're rejecting off the daily VWAP bottom band, right? So this is the place that price might reject off of to go lower. So if we do, I might just take my profit here, 5K, drop to the standard deviation, and basically just take and hop back in, right? But I'm just not liking this resistance off of this VWAP. And if we go to a higher time frame, you can see that this is an area where price, this is literally the support that price has fell from. So this is my indication creating a lower low. This is my correction to this level. So sells look very enticing to create another lower low, only because the 4-hour time frame still we need 2 hours left on this candle closure, right? So we could still get some selling pressure without messing up the 4-hour time frame. Right, I just need to see if this level holds. That's just the big issue. All right, we are getting pinched, right? You see we have the daily VWAP, and then we have this Asia session VWAP standard deviation band right here. So I'm hoping that we just bounce off of this VWAP band to go higher, which will be probably the best bet and the highest probability out of this trade right now. If by chance, yeah, I go live every day on TikTok. at 7 p.m. every single day, Monday through Thursday. I used to do Monday through Friday, but Friday sessions closed. Okay, so the 4-hour time frame is the direction of the market. Anything from 1 hour to 4 hour is what we look at for the direction of the market, right? That is just called market structure. This is what, when you get a chance, I sent you a DM. Say no more, bro. If I do miss anybody's DMs, I do apologize. I do get like fucking 2,000 a day. All right, so, but the high time frame, 100% is the direction of the market. All right. Yes, so basically what we tend to look at, right, is we need price to continue to hold structure, right? And as you can see, what this structure show, we are getting higher highs, right? Higher high, and we're getting higher lows, right? So every single time price creates a higher high, what happens? Right? Look, we have a high, price comes down to that high, it retests that high, and then we go and create a new higher high. What does price do? It retests that high to create a new higher high from this high, right? What does price do? It literally falls to this high and pushes to a new higher high. So this correction should come down to our high, which it does. It comes down to right here. So this should be enough to push price higher to give us a new higher high. This is what we do. We're gonna test cap here. All right, we do have a support level, which again is not bad, but I just want to see price. If price gets underneath this VWAP, and then I'll probably just get out and then get back in. But this is, again, if you guys come to my Discord and allow us to do this daily, you're going to see how easy market structure really is, and how as long as you just follow the trend and buy on pullbacks in a higher time frame, you could hold the trade all day. I would have took one trade today if my account didn't fuck up. It literally just closed my trade out of nowhere. All right, so I had to hop back in. I took this trade. Where the fuck was it? Oh, it was all it was on NQ. I was about to say these are the trades that I took today off of NQ. And the only reason I hopped back in is because literally I took the trade here off OTE, and I was up here, price came down, and then all of a sudden just closed me out. I was like, what the fuck? So I just waited for 1 minute to become bullish again. And as you can see, what did we do? We came down, we got back above this high. Once price came back up and started to give me pressure, that's where I took my entry. I took it a little early. I wanted to take it above this break right here, right? And literally, if you would have took it above this break like I wanted to, look, you had all day in profit. You didn't spend not one penny in drawdown, right? We literally took this trade today. Literally, my TP1 was right here. It literally didn't get hit. It took all day for my TP1 to be hit. Literally, I took this trade at 12 p.m. Feel me? We didn't close this trade until 4 o'clock. Alright, but again, I never would have closed this trade out because I opened the trade at 11 a.m. Right? We had this big dump down to the downside. We end up catching the move to the downside. And then once we started to get buying pressure and we started to get higher highs and higher lows, we touched OTE. I take the trade and we hauled ass to the upside. How? Only because the higher time frame is allowing me to see that there were no reversals pending. And what I mean by that is, look, right? Look what price just did. Look what price is doing. Right? We are getting higher highs, a high, higher high, correction in the market, and we go and get equal highs. Right? So where's my support and resistance level? Right? So this is my levels right here. What did price do? Price sold down, taking New York low and Asia low, and this is London low. Right? So price sold down into 3 liquidity pools in less than a minute. Literally in less than minutes. So if this big ass wick grabbed all of this liquidity, New York previous session low, London previous session low, Asia low, all right, after London grabbed New York highs. So New York highs were grabbed. I took shorts all the way in my the funded account. We took a short all the way down to New York lows. I got out of New York lows. Didn't think we were going to grab London and Asia low. Once we started to get back above New York highs, the next area of target was what? London high, Asia high, New York previous high. Right? So that is just how, again, look, if we just took 1, 2, 3, New York, London, Asia. So now do it backwards. Asia, pardon me, London, New York, and then New York again, right? But that is kind of what I saw. I saw that we grab liquidity in one direction. So if we grab liquidity in one direction, where is the next pool of liquidity, right? Which would be, this is London session, London high. The next area of liquidity is right here at New York high. And then the next area of liquidity is this high as well, which is all-time highs. All right, so these were just the areas that I was basically targeting after we reversed. I appreciate it. Again, join my Discord, and I do this every single day and allow you to ask questions and basically get the knowledge that you need. All right, again, you go on the Discord, you'll see a lot of people tell you I could be charging a lot of money for this knowledge, right? But I don't, right? It is not that deep for me. I like to help people that were stuck in the same positions I were in for years. You know what I mean? So that is why I'm here teaching on TikTok for free, hoping that you understand just anything that I grab. I appreciate you guys. We rejected off it. We got to 814. Let's go back and look at gold real quick. Okay, I know it does. Sometimes it does that. So if you send me, or matter of fact, somebody in the Discord, somebody send a link again in the TikTok for me, please. Because sometimes it does that. If it doesn't work, just send me a DM and I'll make sure you get in when this live is over. All right, but I think we're actually about to sell off, guys. I'm not gonna lie. We are getting 8 o'clock, right? So what has to happen? Asia session has to find a good position in order for them to get in, right? So they don't want to buy at the tops. They want to drop price a little bit lower, right? And then they want to buy off the bounce so they get a good position too, right? Especially if they want price to go higher, right? So that is why we are getting some type of retracement, right? We had open, right? Pre-market open. Remember, Asia session doesn't open up till 8 o'clock. So 6 to 8 is almost like a dead zone, which we don't. China's to open up at 7. At 8 o'clock. Pre-market opens up at 7. No, pardon me. Oh, yes. Yes. Yeah. Right. Yeah. All right. So if we get underneath of this VWAP, which we are right now, we are most likely going to sell back down to this line here. All right. So I'm hoping that we stay above this level, which it looks like we are. Right. But if we get underneath this level, you always try and target the center because this is when price is balanced. Right, and as you can see, we are rejecting this high, which anytime you've ever seen that happen, like watch. What does price do? Price falls, makes a low. This is the high, right? Price comes up, it rejects off of this high, right? So now I'm gonna draw my support resistance from this high right here. Right, so this is my support level. What does price do? Price gets underneath of it. So where's my next level of minor support? Is underneath this level. So once price fell underneath this level and retests these lows, this is when you take your sell, and as you can see, it would have paid off great. So what is happening right now? All right, we had the next level of highs. Price came up, making 2 higher highs. So now we have the level right here where price should have bounced off of to push higher. But now we're underneath of 2 different levels, right? So we are getting to VWAP, right? We're getting to the second standard deviation band. So there's only two things that are going to happen. It's either price grabs a lot of liquidity from, you know, these pools of these internal highs. Pardon me, this internal structure, and then we end up going to create another higher high, because in a 5-minute time frame, as you can see, look, price only came back down to the last previous down close candle, which is a order block. So price, as you can see, it's always going down to the next level of highs, right? This is a high, price goes up, making a new high. Where does it recorrect to? The high. Price goes up, where does it recorrect to? The high. Price goes up, where does it recorrect to? The high. You see what I'm saying? Goes up, it recorrects to the high. So once price breaks that, and then you could realize that we are getting a shift, right? So now we don't hop in off the first, because it could just be a manipulation. So we wait. The minute price decides to get back above this area, you could best believe that we're going to continue to go higher, right? So that is where we get in. If price want to stay below this area, and then we find another support level, which would be right here. Once price gets underneath of that, test it, and then we take our sell and we target the bottom band of VWAP. Right? That is just what we do. We want to find a way to get in both directions and not have a bias on the market for the day. Oh, I think today's gonna be bullish. Well, how do you know today's gonna be bullish? You know what I'm saying? Like, yes, you may have it, you might get the bias correct a couple times, but it's not, in my opinion, it's never good to come in with a bias. The only bias that we ever have when it comes into trading is the high time frame, allowing you to give pressure to the direction of the market. And basically what I mean by that is that look at this trend, guys. Like, if I just draw a line at each high and each low, right? This is the high, right? What happens? Price broke above the high, right? And then it stands on top of it and it never goes below, right? So let's draw a new high, the next high. What does price do? Price bounces off it and it never goes below it, right? If I scale down to a 1-minute time frame, you're gonna see, you know, a different high. So we have our high here, we get a high here, we get a pullback, we go higher, right? So where's the next level of high at? Which would be this one right here. And why did I pick this one? And I'm gonna show you why. Look, Rico, what's going on, bro? Look, do you see how we have two flat candles here with two wicks? And then we have a wick this way, right? So basically this was resistance that turned into support. So this is the area that I want to target. You guys see what I mean? Do you see how we had buying pressure trying to get above this level 3 times? Look how big these wicks are. And now look at the wicks this way, right? So this is the level that I want price to tap into. And as you can see, price came, tapped into, and we go higher, right? So again, if I go back down to the 4-hour time frame, just look how clean that looks, guys. Look, every single time price has made a high, where did it recorrect to? The last high, right? And then you take your entry and you aim for the next level of highs, right? What did price do? Price broke this high right here. What did price come down to? The high. Once it starts to turn green, we take in our entry, put your stop loss at the lows. And look, it creates a new high, right? Again, if I go down to the 1 hour, that's why, again, it's the 1 hour to 4 hour that I'm looking at, because we could have missed this trade by staying in the 4 hour, right? So again, if we do the same thing, right, price comes up, makes a high, right? We have a support level, which price happened to touch our support level this time, which isn't a big deal, right? But if we look on to a higher time frame, look, the candles close at the high, right? So this is just basically manipulation, right? So you always wait for that candle closure bullish before you get in, and 9 times out of 10 you just take the trade and go to sleep and you wake up crazy, All right, look at this high right here. Look, ready? Let me draw a line. What does price do? Price had a high. Price goes up, makes a higher high. Where does it retrace to? The last previous high. We touched it. This happens to be a fair value gap, giving us another leg up, which is most likely a fib level as well. Look, 705. So as you can see, we are getting a lot of bullish pressure, right? Like, I'm just trying to show you guys how repetitive this is, because when you find markets change direction, it's so fucking easy to trade, guys. It is so easy, because all you're doing is just being patient. If you look at the let's just be real for 1 second. Look, every session so far, look, New York session 10 o'clock, right? What session is this? So this is what, Friday. We get a big bullish run, breaking a downward trend. And then what happens? We get Monday, we don't really get that much of a buying pressure. Asia session is the one that pushes us higher. But to be able, man, are you able to find that is crazy. Can you say that again? My mind is not grasping what the hell you just said whatsoever. All right. But as you can see, every New York session, look, New York, New York, New York, New York, New York, right? New York. Like every session. To be able to find where you start, it's crazy to me. Oh, I start streaming every day at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Alright, but again, just come to my sessions every single day for a month. Again, there's been guys that I've been doing this with for around 1 month to 2 months that are finally passing funded accounts, getting the payouts. We just had like fucking the last couple of days, people have been posting funded pass, funded pass, funded pass, right? So, and as you can see, what did I say was gonna happen? Remember in the uptrend, right? Every single time price has touched the high, we went higher, right? So the downtrend is the same thing. If we just broke support right here, right, what is price gonna do? Price is gonna come back to this level. It's gonna reject to create a new lower low, right? If price wants to continue in a downtrend, this is what we're gonna get. Price rejects off of this, we're gonna get some selling pressure to make a new low. All right, so that is what we need to understand. No, we don't do ICT. We do ICC. ICT, in my opinion, listen, I traded ICT. That was my first strategy I've ever learned, and I became profitable of ICT. Once I stopped trading ICT and started to trade ICC in market structure, I have literally went from a 35-40% win rate into a 71% win rate with over 900, almost 1,000 trades now. Right? So these 1,000 trades are ICC only. Right? I literally, again, if you guys go to my Discord, I really can't talk numbers on TikTok because I always get banned. But if you go to my Discord, you will see the numbers that we're posting. Right? How much we did today. I mean, like, crazy numbers, crazy numbers. If I add up all of it, just not even talking about my prop firms, crazy. Yeah, see, again, I'm I'm in a live trade right now. I took buys off of this right here. I took buys off of this. I am honestly up 4K now, so I was up 7. Now I'm up 4. So again, if I just post my screenshots and stuff in the Discord because it doesn't only post pictures on here. All right, I don't think you guys could see it, but we are up. Yeah. So, but basically, what I'm trying to do right now is just teach you guys a strategy. understand what you put. Yeah, I'm posting this on YouTube after. All right, I'm trying to get you guys to understand this strategy. All right, because it's very simple. All it is market structure. As long as you're following the highs and the lower lows and higher highs, this should just follow structure. All right. I make okay. Again, you have to be in my Discord and watch my videos because I have my own entry model. A lot of the times it has to do with fib levels and break and retests, right? So we do a higher time frame break and retest, which is called ICC. We allow the direction of the market to basically tell us where it wants to go, and then we hop in when price is correcting at that level, right? This is called ICC. Right, and it's been, again, I have over around 977 trades, and I have a 71% win rate. So it is extremely, extremely profitable. Right, and again, I've never had that big of a win rate in my entire life. My highest win rate was around 40, I'll say 35-40% I've ever had it, right? Oh, and I'm counting around 1,000, because you can't tell me you have an 80% win rate if you only have 20 trades. Anybody, like, that's not enough. You need around 1,000% in order for about 1,000 trades in order for it to actually count as a good strategy, right? Even more. Some people will say more. Some people will tell you around, 5,000 trades that you need to record to see how did I learn. I taught myself. To be straight honest, I taught myself. I just watched videos every single day on YouTube. I started to find people that allowed me to build, and then I just took losses. Losing is the best way to learn in trading. 100% the best way to learn in trading. You're going to get a lot out of losing. Right? But again, the reason why I teach is to help you guys not go through all of the losses that I went through. Right? That is the reason why we teach, because I could save you a lot of time and money just by, again, nothing I do. Can you explain this entry? Yes. So again, I'm just going to do the couple of the trade recaps that I just took and show you where I get my entries in at right now. Right? We are still in a bearish market because we make a lower low, right? So this pullback on the 15-minute or 30-minute time frame is literally our perfect ICC entry model. All right, is basically price rejecting a level. So anytime price breaks above or below a support or resistance level, it's always gonna retest it. 99.9999% of the time, price breaks a level. What level is this? This is a low, this is a low. So this is a support level because price could not go below this level from the 9th until, okay, so from in the 30-minute time frame, so from 2 a.m. all the way until 11 a.m., price could not go below this level. Once price goes below this level, what did it do? It retested this level, and then we get a hard rejection. So if price is going to continue in a downtrend, and then it has to make a lower low. If it's going to make a lower low, where were sellers at last time? Right? Where did sellers push the market lower last time? At this right here, right? Because we couldn't go below this, so price should go and make a new lower low. Right? If sellers are, present and want to continue in this downtrend. All right? And I mean trend is because, I could chart GC1. They're the same thing. They're the same thing, to be honest. All right? The only difference is that sometimes you may spot SMTs on GC futures and XAUSD, so I'd be in both just to see if I could catch a trend. All right, and price is coming to VWAP. I'm honestly wanting to. So anytime price gets underneath VWAP, this is when price is called a balanced market. All right. So what tends to happen in a balanced market is we get consolidation. All right. If I go and find it, why isn't it showing me? Fuck it. right? But as you can see, if I pull up VWAP right now, you can see prices consolidating. So this is half the time VWAP is going to be around this area, right? So let's go check something out. Let's check, and you have to also understand what the dollar index is. If the dollar is going up, and then gold is going to go down. If gold is if the dollar is going up, gold is going down. If the dollar is going down, gold is going up. So that is how you also can get an edge in the market, because if the dollar index is doing bullish structure and being very bullish, and then you should be looking at gold for sells and not buys. All right, and as of right now, I just closed this trade up 3K. I'm not even gonna sit here and hold it. I should have closed at 5, but it is what it is. I'm not stressing. I'm just gonna go do the same shit again. All right, but right now I am thinking for sells underneath VWAP. Oh shit, I gotta check on this fucking 40K account. I want to close this shit so bad. So look, again, where is the next level of high that we just broke? Right, so if I look on the 5-minute time frame, right, we have a break here above this last lower high, right, and then we get another clear break right here, right? So we kind of want to see price stay above this level. What happens to VWAP, right? So if we could get, what time is it, 8 o'clock yet? Yes, 8:02 on the dot, right? So this is actually might be good. Let me see something real quick. Let me see where the last, okay, so we had the most for this little 2-hour session, the most area around here, right? Look what this is, a FVG. Right, so this might be a nice area for buyers to step back in to push price higher. So I am just gonna honestly keep a lookout on this level, right? If price could get back underneath of this breaker block right here, and then we might be shorts until London, right? Or at least until this session open low. PM open low. So this is called the volume range profile. It basically allows you to see where the most volume was for that whole entire session. Where was all of the orders taking place through this entire session? So as you can see, where is the last level of low? This is the last low, right? Price broke it. So let's just mark it real quick. This is again how we get into trades, guys. Always follow market structure. If we break this low, right? What is that called? Change in the state of delivery, right? That's what we call it ICT terms, right? So we broke this low. So now we instead of having a higher low, and then another higher low and another higher low, what happens? We get a lower low. So now the structure is broken on a lower time frame. So if we get a lower low on a lower time frame, all we do is wait for price to retrace to that level. Right, so now I'm going to scale down to the 5-minute time frame, and I'm going to show you where I get my entries at, right? So again, if this is the low that price has broken, which is right here, right? Price has broken this low. So all I'm waiting for is for price to retest it. As you can see, we retest it. Once we start to become bearish, meaning we have a high, a lower high, a lower high. So now I'm starting to see that we are bearish. So what I'm going to do, where do you see support and resistance, guys? And I'm going to show you why I continue to mark my levels that I do. Look, price couldn't come above this level, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. It took 4 breaks to get 4 candles to get above this level, 5-minute candles. We get above it, and then we can't go below it, right? Price does not, it turns it into support, so price does not want to go below. Once price gets below it, you can see that sellers are more active, because if buyers are more active, it would have turned this into support. But sellers are more active. We continue to make lower lows, right? So once price comes up to tap it again, that is the best entry you will ever get with no drawdown. Not 1 penny worth of drawdown. Stop loss at the high, right? Take profit back down at this low. This would have been a 6.3 R, right? So that is where, yeah, we going off in TikTok, right, Chase? Right, but that is kind of like what I'm looking for. My entry, again, my entry model is based off of Fibonacci. If I draw out the fib level from support, let's see if it's a fib level. Go back down to a 1 minute time frame. Support is off of this candle right here. Why did I pick this candle? Because this is the candle that broke the high, right? Or broke the low. Right? We consolidated, we had the break that broke this low. So my consolidation is from this period here until the low, right? Look where 705 is landing, right here, right? So we have a fib level, right? We also have, it's underneath of this support level, right? And then again, you could have took any entry, guys. And what do I mean by that? Look at this trend line, right? What does price do? Where's my support? Why is this support? If I draw this out, what was it before? It was resistance. Price couldn't go below it. It gets underneath of it. What do? We turn it into support again. Once we break underneath of it and we retest it and price doesn't hold, that is where you take your short. Stop loss at the high. Take profit back down at the lows. 12R. Alright, but again, this is the trades that we take every single day. Ain't none of these trades that I've called out that I haven't took. Literally. Right, we should have shorted underneath VWAP, but again, we're live and I'm not, but just like kind of get a picture of what's going on. Alright, where is our support level? I don't care if candles move sideways a couple times. It's support and resistance, right? Price couldn't go above it. This is a high. It comes down. It breaks above it, right? So this is a high. Once price gets underneath this area, we want to retest. If it doesn't go above, we start to get selling pressure back underneath VWAP. You take the sell and you target here. If we go back to the beginning of our live, what did I say? I said if price gets underneath VWAP, you take the sell. Literally, right? Remember on the daily, what did we reject? We rejected the daily VWAP here perfectly, right? So we could have top ticked this if we really wanted to, but again, this session is more for learning and not trading, right? We will take trades if they present themselves, but yeah. So again, pre-market just opened up for Asia session. Asia session technically really opens up at 9 o'clock. Pre-market will open up at 8 o'clock. Right, that is just a big difference. What people don't understand when it comes to the sessions, right? So you may be marking out the wrong sessions just because you are not in the right time. All right, so again, I'd like to mark my 6 o'clock, which is right here, and then I will mark my 8 and 9 o'clock opens. All right, OTE 3656. Oh, 3659. Would you take OT off of the bottom opening? The only reason I'm not doing it there is because this is a support level, right? The wick is showing no support at all. So I wouldn't take it there. That's just, again, I'm not saying I'm correct. So I am taking it off of this support. So my OTE level starts at 3665. And look, there we go. We get the bullish run above VWAP. Alright, again, it might be a good time for buys. But why is it a good time for buys? Not just because price is being bullish, right? Yeah, again, we took this. Oh, you've been in. Yeah, listen, I'm still holding buys. Okay, we've been buying for a minute, right? And our bigger accounts got buys for since like July, right? But again, we're back above this resistance level right here. Price bouncing off VWAP. All right, so basically, I want to see before I decide to get in, because again, look at this FVG that we could have just filled. All right, we have an FVG that could have just been filled with this buying pressure. We do bounce off a VWAP on the 5-minute, which gives us pretty strong conviction, right? But it's not enough yet for me to take an entry. You did take that short, good shit, bro. Yeah, again, that is a good short. I would have loved taking that short. I don't know why I wasn't on it, only because it rejected the daily VWAP. So let me turn it back on. Look, this is how you bottom and top tick shit, bro. Do you guys see how I bottom and top tick everything? Look, if we would have took this short here like I normally do, look, top tick. Like, you see what I'm saying, guys? Super easy. Super easy. But I'm not gonna lie, I'm liking sales. If we can stay, if my Discord link's not working, just send me a DM and I'll message it to you. Right, if we could get a 5-minute candle closure underneath this level, I think we could get in shorts. Right, again, we need a 5-minute candle closure, which is in 45 seconds, only because we're so close to VWAP that we can still bounce off of this to go higher. You just open up, look, at 6 o'clock p.m. session. Right now, you just take it to 6 o'clock today. So this is my anchor VWAP for this Asia session. And then I will send another VWAP from the last Asia session and kind of see where that is at and see where that held up. All right. That is just kind of what I'm doing right now. But you really, again, you only need VWAP for each session, right? That's it. Because again, let's just say, for instance, let me take that off and do New York session, which starts at 9 o'clock. Well, I do 8 o'clock because it's pre-market, and most people I just feel like you guys are missing it by not understanding what pre-market really is. Right? But do you guys see, remember when in the Discord when this short happened and you were like, yo, you catch everything. All right? It's literally because I pay attention to VWAP. I don't trade VWAP. I'm just saying I pay attention to VWAP. Look at this. I literally caught this short. We fell to VWAP. I ended up catching it a little early again. You go on my Discord and you could see it for those who wasn't there. And we caught this shit where? We caught it right here. No, where the fuck was yeah, right here, London low. All right, so this is what we caught off London low, and then I end up getting out and taking buys, and I'm, literally end up getting somewhat a profit, right? But I just thought we were when the stop sign. So yeah, so if you traded, it's every 6 p.m. Just know that every 6 p.m. Damn, it's raining hard as hell, guys. I gotta check something out, bro. I don't know if I should close this trade. I need to call Luke, man. Nah, me and him have an account together. Me and him have we were doing an account together, and we just took these buys early, and we're still holding. But I just want to make sure he's on the same page before I start doing things. I don't want to do anything without him. What's that mean, bro? Octo. So VWAP again. Okay, so I don't know if I even want what the actual purpose of VWAP is. VWAP, it just means volume weighted average price. So when okay, so you see how we have the blue line and then the green bands. So the green bands are called standard deviation, and then the blue line is called VWAP, right? So there is a trend, or there is a trading style that is called the VWAP wave, which to me, if I had to choose another strategy, I would do VWAP and VWAP only. EMA is exponential moving average. So the moving average is basically allowing you to understand what trend we're in without ever having to look at without even knowing what a higher high and a higher low is, right? So basically EMA is the trend. So if the red EMA is on top, that means you're in uptrend. The minute you get a crossover and the red EMA is on the bottom, that means you're in a downtrend, right? The yellow EMA is the average, and you buy to the blue pullbacks, right? Again, just look at this. If we would have sold every single time price has pulled back to this blue line, look, pull back to the blue line, we dump. We pull back to the blue line, we dump, right? We pull back to the blue line, we dump, right? So we use EMAs, you use all of them. You could use all of them, right? It's just the EMA again, it's just to help you understand the trend, right? Without ever second guessing yourself. Like right now, you see how we were hoping that price would stay above this level to push us higher. If I had my EMAs on, okay, settings for EMA, I'm gonna pull up on the screen and take a screenshot. Type in 3 EMA and VWAP on trading view 9/13/21, because if you don't do it this way, right, and then you're gonna have 3 different EMAs, right? So it's okay, and do red, yellow, blue, and turn off VWAP so you could use your own VWAP. You don't want to use this VWAP because there's no standard deviation, right? But 9/13/21 are the best EMA settings, and they're called EMA crossovers, and that is a strategy people do alone, is selling off the crossover, right? So the EMA again is just for to understand what trend we're in and where to buy off of pullbacks, right? The VWAP is nothing to do with EMA. It's a whole nother thing, right? EMA, VWAP has to do with why isn't VWAP working? Okay, look at all of this buying. Have you ever heard about hammer? Yes, but you don't need them. If you're gonna worry about candlesticks, I promise you, you're learning about the wrong things, right? Yes, there are certain like bullish engulfment and bearish engulfment candles, but hammer candles and dojis and all them type of things, I promise you, I've done studied all of that, and it's never a thing, bro. I can almost guarantee you that. Like, don't get me wrong, there are incidents where it said, oh look, it worked, right? But it's never like, I just wish it was that clean. Like, it's never that clean, guys. Like I said, did this so many times, right? The only thing that I like to see is morning stars and evening stars. I would have to see if price gets underneath VWAP. If price gets underneath VWAP, I mean, sorry, not VWAP. If price gets underneath our fib level and then sells look good, right? Which is if price gets under 3665, price, that's when sells will look good to me. All right, price is tapping VWAP right now. We have a order block right here. All right, let's see what this order block halfway is real quick. Our halfway point of our order block. Here we're pulling up. But again, this might have been a sell off of VWAP alone. But I'm just trying to see. We have so much volume in this candle alone, which is honestly drawing me for like, I don't like that. Something's wrong. Something is not adding up. Something is not adding up. Yeah, price broke high. It's retracing to the level that it just broke from. If we can get some buying pressure above these 3666 area, we might be able to get in some buys. VWAP, just use an anchored VWAP. That's it. Anchored VWAP. Okay, so we are under VWAP. Alright, this is where sells start to look decent. Is if we get a break and retest of this level, that is when to me sells could be decent to target these lower PM open lows. But I don't know, something is fishy right now. I wish I just called that short off of the VWAP touch, bro. That daily literally, it's not showing it now. Sometimes VWAP does shift, right? But as you saw earlier, it was literally right here, bro. That would have been a crazy short, bro. NQ's pumping a little bit. Y'all fucked NQ up today. You know me, guys. I'm a gold trader. I trade gold. 99.9% of all of my trades are on gold. I fucked NQ up, bro. I got 15 R off of NQ today. 15 RR off of NQ today. It would have been one trade, which would have been crazy. But it was two trades, only because it closed me out. But I ain't gonna lie, we did NQ dirty today. I ain't ever do NQ this dirty in like 2 months, bro. NQ disrespected me these last couple months. Alright, so we are, again, I'm not liking anything on NQ yet, only because we literally just turned this high into a support level. What did price do? Price came and tapped it, and now we're getting pressure higher. What's the indicator for EMA? Just come here where it says 3 EMA in VWAP by Open Mind. Click him. Right, and then these are your settings: 9, 13, 21. Red, yellow, blue. Make sure you use them in my colors. So if you're ever watching my live again, you would be able to see them with me. Alright, so you're not getting confused on like your colors are missing or not matching my colors. Alright, but as you can see, look, the 9 EMA is what we worry about. We want the 9 EMA to cross over the yellow and the blue. We get the 9 EMA crossover right now. Right, NQ may not be bad looks on buys. Right, but gold, to me, let's look on the dollar real quick and let's see what the dollar is telling us before we even make an analysis on gold. Right, so what is the dollar doing? If the dollar is in an uptrend, what is gold gonna do? Gold is gonna tank hard as hell. That is just what opposite correlating assets do. Would you say not to use VWAP if I'm comfortable with my current? So you're not supposed to. We're only using VWAP to go with our strategy. We're not trading because we're adding VWAP to it. It is only supposed to be a confluence, right? And what I mean by that is, let's just turn off some of this shit real quick because I don't even use half this shit no more like that, right? But what I'm trying to say is watch. Right? If we have a low and then we create a lower low, right? So now we have an indication that price wants to go lower because we had a low and we make a lower low, right? So now this is my indication. So this is my correction back to this level. Right? So as you can see, what we're doing is ICC. I'm giving my indication, I'm getting my lower low, so now I know it's a valid indication because price made a lower low. So now once I get a pullback to where? To the level that it broke, right? This lower low, right? This support level. Once we get a break, so now I need to figure out how do I get in? That is where VWAP comes into play. Is that if you can get in on the break, you see how we have, look, you see how we have this resistance here? And then we have support right here. So now when price gets underneath of this and you see that we're underneath our standard deviation, and then you just say, hey, I'm under the deviation band, I am in ICC, price has made its correction, so now we are getting bearish structure. So where do I take the trade? That is what this VWAP is for. It's to help you gain entry so you know where to get in trades. That is all VWAP is for. It's not to change strategy. It's to help you get in, right? Because how many times you guys say, hey, where do I get in? How do I know when the correction is over? This is what's going to help you. VWAP is going to allow you to see when the correction is over. If price would have stayed above VWAP, and then you know that we're going higher. But if price gets underneath of our standard deviation, which also happens to be a level that we are focusing on, which is a low, and once we get underneath of it and we reject it, that is how you know we're going to take a sell. 9 EMA on top means uptrend. 9 EMA on the bottom means downtrend. As you can see, red line is 9 EMA. 9 EMA crosses over the top, we're up. Look, 9 EMA crosses on the bottom and we start to go down. Alright? But yeah, again, just if VWAP, again, it's not a strategy that we're going to trade on its own. It is just something to allow. Did this price really just come down to this wick? Look at that, CJ. But you see how we keep only coming up to this level? Like every single time we get buying pressure, it's always up to a newer, that last high. Look, and this is another one. Look, do you see how we get this pressure up? But look what we stay under. We stay under VWAP. So sellers are taking the sell from here to VWAP. Right? This is what VWAP is for. Now we're above our deviation band. So now we are starting to get price to be balanced again. So once we get above VWAP, we want to turn again. We already see we bounce off of our fib level. We see we're getting buying pressure, right? We are getting above this level that rejected to push us last time. So once we get above this level, which again, this is another VWAP that pushed us down, right? So now what we want to see is for price to become bullish to push us higher above that VWAP, right? So that is why VWAP is used. It's not because we're trying to trade it. It's just to help us understand where the market is at when there is no data, right? This is VWAP is very good for all-time highs. It gives you structure to use, right? But we're not just introducing VWAP and say, hey, we're only trading when VWAP gets underneath this and we take buys when VWAP gets above this. That's not really how it works. We just want to use it as a confluence with our strategy. That is it. So if price decides to stay under VWAP and still stays bearish, and then that is how you get in. Right? Look at what we rejected. We rejected this shit super hard. Listen, this is okay. I'm sorry. I trade futures. All of my prop firms are future traders. All of them. All of my firms, I trade futures. Right? I do trade gold. Right? So gold, XAU USD, and futures are the same asset. GC1, which is futures, and XAU USD are the same asset. Look at this, and then look at this. It's the same shit. There might be a little bit differences, but it's not much. Right? You said you're gonna jump in sells, or you're looking for buys, right? So as of right now, we are getting bearish on DXY. All right, we broke underneath this support level. So if price continues to be bearish on DXY, and then gold will be extremely bullish, right? So I am just waiting to see. I'm waiting for price to give me a direction, and then I will let you know. Does anybody have any other questions? Like, I just hope that if you guys have questions that you're asking them, so you get a full understanding. We don't need people in here that are just watching with no understanding, because it does nobody any good. You know what I mean? There is a lot when it comes to understanding what trading is and how it works, but the best bet is having somebody that is not afraid to help. Is there a VWAP setting? No, we don't use settings. I've never changed settings in VWAP. Okay, didn't even know they had a standard deviation bands. If you would make a checklist for your entry, what would you check off? So my entries, I go live every single day, Monday to Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, if you don't understand now, then it's fine. You don't have to worry about it, right? VWAP again is called the volume weighted average price. So when price is a round VWAP, that is when price is being balanced and it's average. That means everybody agrees upon it. Once price starts to disrespect its levels, but look, as you can see, what price got underneath VWAP, and then it started to become bearish. So now all we're doing is waiting for pullbacks to get in. We're not waiting for anything else. We're using it the same exact way. Talking about shit, no clue. Alright, say no more. Again, it's not necessarily something that you need. It just helps. If you understand what VWAP is, it is a fucking game changer when it comes to scalping, when it comes to everything. Like if we just go back and look, every single time price got underneath VWAP, it has always went down to the second standard deviation band. Alright? Every time we tap VWAP, we end up going back down to the second deviation band. So once you understand these things, you could take 10-15 trades per day and crack crazy just from scalping ICC and VWAP alone on a smaller time frame, 5-minute, 1-minute time frames. But again, I think we're gonna be very bearish. I think gold is becoming very bearish. I'm hoping that we end up just getting a nice breakdown to a new level just to give us some more wiggle room to work with. Alright, so I want to see at least this low be mitigated. Maybe not broken. Alright, but at least mitigate this low. Alright, this is the last low on the 4-hour time frame. Alright, we have a low, we have a low. Price is finally making its low. So let's see where the daily VWAP is of September. And as you can see, this red line is our daily VWAP for the whole month. We are finally breaking underneath this VWAP band. Guys, we might be shorts, bro. And then you must have broke it. First of all, is that your blue line is VWAP? Gotta be doing. Oh, never mind. I see it. I see it. It's super fucking light. But we are on this daily. We are getting underneath VWAP, which again is pretty insane for a daily. Even the 2-hour, we are underneath VWAP, guys. We might be falling pretty hard. We might fall another 300 points. Luke, I need you to wake up, bro. This is a bad trade, bro. I just hope we bounce off this bottom deviation band. That would be great. Yeah, listen, I was gonna short when we were talking. I was thinking about shorting off of this right here. And I just don't know why I didn't, bro. This would have been the greatest short. I'd be up like 12K right now. I'm literally like fucking on my blue funded accounts. I just bought 2 more, and I literally about to pass both of them. Literally. I'm probably tonight. I'll probably pass both. Matter of fact, I can't. They're 40% consistency rules, so I can't even pass them in 2 days. I literally have to wait another day. That's crazy. That's ass. Is it rejecting with weekly view up? That'd be pretty cool. I hope it does. Yeah. Yeah. Remember what I said? I said I didn't want. I wanted to see price get underneath of this level and close before I started to take shorts. Again, we're gonna go over VWAP. We really haven't went over it enough, right? This is my first time really bringing it to you, but it was honestly just to kind of allow you guys to see how to trade all-time highs, right? That is what VWAP is for, to give you some type of like, okay, I know how to trade all-time highs now. It's just structure. That's all VWAP is structure. Right, so VWAP is supposed to be structure. VWAP is literally it's the valued. Yeah, I only make 1400. Yeah, it's the volume weighted average price. Right, so it's just letting you know that if price is at that middle line, that means the value of this asset is, and the weight of it is average. It is where it's supposed to be. When price is not in VWAP, that means price is not balanced, and that drastic moves can happen either to the upside, or they could crash really bad back to bring a balanced VWAP. That's why we have these deviation bands, because for the most part, if price drops underneath VWAP, it's most likely going under the deviation band, and then it's most likely going to the VWAP middle line, right? That is what VWAP is for, is to kind of give you understanding, right? So, do we have a opening gap on DXY? If DXY has this opening gap, which we should fall to fix it, which will give gold a nice rally, right? What is the 5 minute doing and the 1 minute on DXY? Yeah, we're getting some fall. We're looking to be very bearish. Look, we're getting lower highs. We're getting lower lows. So if we become very bearish, and then that means gold is going to start to be bullish. What do we do? Look at this rejection off of this bottom VWAP band. Alright, so once we get back above this level, we could look for longs, but we have to get above this level. Right? I would like to see this before I got into longs. So I would like to see this before I got into longs. I would like to start to see us start to make higher highs and lower highs and higher lows. All-time highs is third standard deviation weekly view up. Damn. Yeah, I'm hoping that DXY fills that imbalance. But again, we are so early into the session, you know what I mean? Like, that's just the hard part, is that we can't like really just like take our guesses now. We don't really want to get into position. Now it's just analyzing, looking at higher time frames, trying to get a judge on what the market is doing. So around 9 o'clock, you could catch that move, right? That is when the market is going to take its nice, around that time is when we should get some more buying pressure or selling pressure. Either way, we're gonna get some type of drop. I can't believe I got this shit all over this mouse pad, bro. I'm so sick. Like, I don't even know what the fuck it is. It's so sticky. Oh my god, I wish I wasn't paying attention. I mean, I wasn't paying attention. I wish I was paying attention. This is the perfect entry, guys. And look at this last low, right? So we mark it out. What did price do? Price makes, look, we have a higher low, higher low. So what is price doing? Price is literally making a high, makes a higher low, makes a higher high. It stands on top of this high, makes a higher high. What does price do? It comes back down to this level. Once price shows that it stays underneath of this level, just look, high, higher high, higher low. I mean lower high, right? So now we're getting a nice head and shoulders. Alright, so this is just like, man, once we got underneath of this, it was game over. It was game over. I don't know how I just missed the sell, bro. It was out of session, so I'm not even gonna act like it's not, because I'd have never took this trade 9 times out of 10 only because it's not in session. Right? We don't trade out of session. Alright, but that is the move that I was looking for right there. If we could just continue to break highs. What name of this indicator? It's just called anchored VWAP, or it depends which one you're talking about, VWAP or. Yeah, again, we're not gonna trade until 9 o'clock. All right, I took that trade that we entered off of here, end up cashing out around here. Okay, so it's just called anchored VWAP. All right, or 3 EMA. Right, this one right here, it says 3 EMA and VWAP. Use this one, but only use the 3 EMAs, turn off VWAP, because they do not give you standard deviation band. So turn off VWAP, and then you just go to VWAP anchored, auto anchored. So I just click it and it'll automatically put it on your chart for you. I'm not even gonna use any of these shits. Why is my shit not? That's weird. I gotta go look into that. But just wanted to check something. So what other questions do you guys have? Alright, what are we getting? Prices underneath the VWAP. I wonder if we're still at a fib level. We're still at that fib. I really don't like using this wick, but we are at a fib level, which is crazy if I do use a wick. If we do use this wick, CJ, look, we are bouncing off 618. But there you go. There's that push, creating a lower low. Alright, do you guys see this? Like, look how fucking easy. Lower low, lower low, 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 low. Where's your pullbacks to? How do you calculate where do you enter on the pullback? Alright, so if we just look, where's the next candle? Bullish candles right here. So we draw it at the top. Price came back, rejected this area. We make a lower low. Whereas in the last bullish candle right here, where do we draw out our candle from? Like this. what did price do? It came down, it rejected the last bullish candle, and we go lower. Where's the last bullish candle? Right here. Alright, what does price do? It comes back. It does reject off of this support level. It doesn't actually make it all the way up to this last bullish candle, but it does respect this level, and we end up making a lower low. Right, so where is the next level? If we are anticipating gold to continue to sell off, right, where's our level? Which would be right here. So if price could retrace to this level, right, this is what we look for. Super easy, right? You just follow what market structure is, what it does, and have no regret when you take a trade. Once you start to get emotions in trading, you're going to regret things. You're going to be like, oh, I should have done this. I should have done that. I shoulda, right? That's not what we're supposed to be doing. We are supposed to be relying on our strategy and our strategy only. Yeah, again, I've started to do that, and then I stopped, and I started, and I stopped. It's like, what are you trading right now? This is gold. So we are trading gold. And then you see how we don't even get back up to this rejection is because we're underneath this deviation band, and you can see price rejects it hard. Alright, so that is just another reason why we have to understand VWAP. Right, because we could have been waiting for price to come to this area and it never would, only because of this deviation band. Does Pip not see my messages? Nah, what you say, bro? Did I miss something? He don't want to teach you. What'd he say? I didn't even see you, bro. I ain't seen none of your messages. I only seen that one. You trying to do what then, John? Oh, you talking about I even DM'd you. Nah, hell no, you ain't DM me. Fuck no. What time do I place what so sessions. Right? If you're gonna do it, just understand what you're doing. Like, hey, I'm gonna do 6 p.m. session because that's what session we're in today. I'm going to look at what happened for the day. So you will anchor at New York Open. So now you know what happened last session and what the volume weighted was for last session to see how it's reacting to this session. All right, so I'll do like 9:30. All right, so as you can see, look what happens. We reject underneath of this daily of New York session VWAP. Once we got underneath of it, which we get a right here, right? That's a nice short, right? Again, these are just ways to help you. You can start drinking. Yeah, funny as hell. Right, but this is just, again, we're not trading anything different. It just allows us to use our strategy, and then it just allows us to get in our entries. Right? This, honestly, VWAP is going to be your entries for ICC. All right, this is the only way. If you're having a hard time with entries, and then VWAP is going to be, it should help you. You know what I mean? Only because some people, again, ICC, we wanted to work on a higher time frame, but this is exactly what it looks like on a higher time frame, even though we're using a lower time frame right now. All right, and what I mean by that is lower low, lower low, lower low. Right, so if I'm printing lower lows, right, what has to happen? Where's my last low? Right here. Where's my support and resistance level, which is right around here. So if this is my indication, anytime price makes a new lower low, this move is my indication, right? So we have our equal lows here, we make our lower low here. So this is the level I want price to retrace back to create a new lower low, because this is where it broke from. So if sells happen here, if sellers happen here, where do you think sellers are gonna hop in again? At that same level, right? So that is all that we wait for. Literally. And then where are we at? What's this blue line called? VWAP. So if price is reacting underneath of this level that we needed to on ICC, and it's also lining up with our VWAP level, and then guess what we do? A super tight stop loss, and we take the trade. Fucking 13R. Alright. Did we just get a reaction off of fucking VWAP? I mean off of bro, 705. Yo, it's literally from the wick, CJ. This makes me want to just take buys. Like, I honestly, and it's about to be 9 o'clock. Like, yeah, bro. I think we might anticipate this one. Only because, remember I told you, I didn't want to take VWAP off of this wick. But it's proven right now that this wick is holding. It doesn't matter. If I go to any time frame, it's going to be the same thing. Look. I'm in the 15-minute. Look at the bottom of this wick. Look where we're at. Look, 705. It doesn't matter what time frame. It's all going to be the same thing as long as you're using the correct levels. Yes, we are. Again, if taking buys off of VWAP in bearish structure, it's not ICC. It's not. It is honestly just a prediction on a trend reversal. That's all that it is. Right? So these are not buys that I would ever recommend as telling you guys. It is almost, it's not necessarily gambling, because this is where, let's just go back and let's go check. Last time price was in a downtrend, right here, right? Lower low, lower low, lower low, right? Where did price make the new high? Right? So let's draw out our VWAP, and I'll be able to draw out our fib. And as you can see, we were in a downtrend. Price comes up, touches VWAP, and we go, wow, VWAP, I'm stuck with this VWAP shit. It touches fair value, Fibonacci, and then we go higher, right? So it's not really gambling if you understand the context of what is really going on. And that's just the whole thing. All right. FVG had me rolling, word up, right? So as you can see, we are in a straight fucking vertical climb. Like, look at this shit, bro. Gold hasn't done this since April. Consolidation. So reconsolidation, boom. Since January. Gold has not had this straight up run since January. Look at this thing, bro. I've never, even on the daily, look, even if I go to the daily time frame, it's still fib. Look, from our low to our swing high, look, fib level 705 on the dot. Just imagine taking a fib buy in a consolidation period back in June to now. You would be up fucking, oh my god. Let's just see, like, that. Look, this is 10 minis. 10 micros. What's happening? Why am I in a trade right now? Oh, that's right. I had a limit order set. If we literally take off from this shit, CJ, and you didn't hop in, I will fight you. Hold on, give me 1 second, people. Matter of fact, let me just text my mom. I just don't like how gold is making this lower low. Yeah, this is GC. Yeah. But I don't recommend it. I am swinging. I'm in swing trade. That's the only reason why I'm still in buys. I don't recommend buying yet. There is no bullish structure. I am getting... I don't know why they just put me in. I can't believe I just let this put me right in. I literally forgot to take off that limit order like a dumbass. So I'm about to lose 230 just because I forgot to put that limit order in. You took the buys? I'm scared, bro. This is 9 o'clock open, bro. This just could be a rush just for fucking... I don't know, guys. I'm not liking buys, bro. Not yet, at least. I guess this sell's gonna work out. I'm up 240 on the sell. I wonder if I should just close this trade. I might just close it. I didn't mean to take this sell. I really didn't mean to. That's the only reason. Oh, you got 200 off of it? Good shit, bro. Good shit. I could have got 200 out of it, too. I think I'm just going to hold it. Yeah, this is my funded. You saw what I'm talking about? Good, bro. I'm glad that you did. So now you start to see how... I'm telling you, I just closed my Blue Guardian, 1400, just need 400. Good shit, bro. I'm in the same thing. I'm one trade away to pass like 3 of them, bro. Listen, you have to be. When it comes to funded accounts, bro, you have to, like, you can't, like, hold on to them as if they're the end of the world. You actually have to press. When price is going in your favor, you have to press. Right? I start off with 1 or 2 minis. By the time I close the trade, I'm already 5 minis. You know what I mean? You have to press. And then if price hurry ups and retraces, it's better to take out a break even and then enter again in a trade. Right? That is when any time where do you see this S&P movement 8? Yeah, hell yeah, we caught it. We caught it this morning. But what I'm saying is there's always, guys, if you're ever in profit and you add to your trades on a eval, the minute it goes to zero, close the trade. Never go into drawdown. Never. Nah, I think my funded on the core account's only 3. But all I'm trying to say, guys, I'm about to close this trade at 230 just because I don't feel like holding it, and I'm not liking this volume. I think buys are about to be in. All right, I'm actually just gonna move this down to break even. I don't even care. All right, but all I'm trying to say is that anytime, what the fuck was I about to say? I just lost my whole train of thought. Oh, yeah. Listen, when I'm in a funded account, right, and I'm taking buys, all right, or I'm taking sells. Let's say right now I'm taking buys. I take 1 or 2, so you don't risk 250. Yes, I do, 100%. But let's say I take 1 mini and I'm up 250 bucks or 150 bucks. I will add another 2 minis to the contract and hope that I rally to stay in profit, right? But the minute price goes, if I'm adding on, it's called scaling onto your account. If I'm scaling in and I'm up $300-400 and I'm adding more contracts, if price starts to go out of my favor and goes to literally break even, I'm just getting out and restarting because I don't have all that drawdown that I was expecting to have, right? So I could show you what I mean is that the minute you take a trade, right, and it puts up your bracket at 250 bucks, if you add another mini, that 250 bucks is going to be now 350, right? Now if you add another 2 minis, instead of that same $250 stop loss, it's now going to be 650 or $800 in that same exact movement. So that is why you just break even. Jamila, I appreciate all the gifts that you sent, bro. Jamarlin, I appreciate it. That is why I don't like to go in drawdown when I'm scaling into a position, because now my stops are way too tight. Yeah, so I try and add and hope that price just runs, right? If you get a good pullback and you could add into it. Yeah, so basically anytime that I'm scaling into a position on an eval or a funded account, I will scale into it and move my stop loss to break even. So the worst case scenario is I break even and have to do the trade over again. The best case scenario is that I could get, 10 pips and make $1,000 instead of having to get, 100 pips to make $1,000. You know what I mean? That is kind of how I pass evals, like fucking that, bro. Or I would take the same trade on like 2 minis and then 10 micros, right? Or 2 minis and then 15 micros, right? Just so I'm getting the double the profit in the same exact movement. You know what I mean? That's another thing that you could do. Like 2 minis and 30 micros, 2 minis, 15 and then 15. Exactly. So maybe like put it at um like I'm gonna yeah, so 1 mini is equal to 10 micros. Just know that. That's all you have to know. 1 mini is 10 micros. That's it. That's all you need to know. Okay, we are above VWAP. I'm going long. Oh no, not on this account we are not. So 1 mini will be 10 micros. Yeah. 1 mini is 10 micros. I thought that was a break above VWAP on my phone, but it's not. Nah, if you want to, there it is. That's the break I was looking for. Okay, I'm in. I am in. 3, we'll enter that. 3663. Yep, I am in, guys. Is a stop buy. So if I want to add another contract at a certain level. So let's say we want to add a contract. You want to do a buy stop to add more contracts. I need to learn more about minis with my kids. Yeah, so again, if you MGC is micros. Where it says, you see on my screen, it says MGC. This is micros. If it just says GC1, that is minis. That's the difference. It's crazy. If you did, you'll be up $1,500 right now. I wish you kind of did. We are above VWAP, guys. We are gonna haul ass, guys. I'm still hoping on some pullback though, like CJ said. Now if I lost my funded this morning, nah, bro. How much did you lose? What was your loss today, bro? If it was over $400, we're fighting. Yes, that's 5 minis. You don't, like, honestly, you should never be losing 5 minis, guys. Ever. Dang, lost 1.4K today? Bro. Like, what do I tell you guys? Take two $300 loss, get the fuck off the charts. That's all we could do. Like, listen, never, listen, go look how long it took you to turn 50K into 51 or $52,000, right? It took you maybe a week or two. So why are we losing all of our profits in one day? That is what we can't do, guys. Come tap me in some more. That is what we cannot do. We cannot allow all of your profits to be grabbed in one day, right? If it took you 2-3 weeks to make all that money, and then why are you going to give it back in one day? What's good? If we reject all VWAP, I'm getting out. I don't like this. Let me see what this 5-minute and 15-minute is showing us. We didn't make a lower low on this 5-minute chart, on this 15-minute chart. But it doesn't mean that we can't. Alright, we do grab liquidity at 6 o'clock, and then we spring. Hold on, I gotta text somebody back right quick. Okay, we are building some type of trend. If we could stay on this trend line, that would be solid. We do have this trend right here. Where the fuck is it at? Right there. Alright, if I go down to the lower time frame, you'll see this could be order flow. Alright. Yeah, again, we are starting to make higher highs in this 1 minute time frame. So now we just need to wait to see if this 5 minute gap could be broke if we get above this VWAP. I just don't like how we keep getting underneath of it and rejecting. Yeah, again, VWAP is not, Fib, VWAP are not only a solo thing. We want everything to pile in as one. Jamarlin, I appreciate all of these gifts, bro. The fingers, the roses, the TikToks, the everything, bro. Appreciate it. So there we go. Can we just get a candle close above, please? Like, damn. I appreciate all of y'all for being in here and riding this shit out. Appreciate that, Jamarlin. You came up, tap resistance, holy slippage, you were down 110. It's alright, we did like 20K today on this funded. So I could do you have a hard stop? I don't do it necessarily, but right now I am. I don't, again, right? I don't, you guys know me, bro. I normally take my stop losses off. I really do. If you go to all of my live trades, when you go to all of my live trades, you will see that 90% of my trades have no stop loss. Now I'll go to sleep with 400 lots with no stop loss. If we get, I can't do it. I'm saying it just comes with time, bro. I can't tell you how many fucking funded accounts I passed by going to sleep and waking up in profit. Literally, when I first started this Discord, I passed 6 funded in 1 week, and 3 of them was alpha futures, and I literally took the trade and woke up $2,500, $2,970 one time off of 1 mini. Fell asleep for like 8 hours, woke up crazy profit. One time I woke up, I was down like $1,600, and I just let it play out, went back to sleep, and I woke up and we were in profit. That one was like, thank God, because I didn't want to blow this. Didn't want to blow that account. 7K in profit. It's hard to go. Like, once I'm in profit, like, there's no way in hell I'm going back to sleep. Unless, like, I see we're in a good run and I can, well, hold on. Let me just make sure something real quick, because I could swing the shit out of this if price decides to go in my favor. Yeah, I'm gonna risk a little bit more than I normally would. I'm gonna risk 2K on this trade, and I'm gonna add another 10. How do you do swing trading? Yes, I swing trade. I scalp 90% of my trades. The good 10% of my trades I will hold. But I definitely scalp for the most part. Swings when they're there. Right, swings again. I am hoping that price will bounce off of this area right here and continue higher. Right? Why? It's because it happened every other time. This is what market structure shows us. I'm gonna risk just to be on the safe side. All right, once I get here, I will add more contracts though. Yeah, so I use everything for a higher time frame. All right, when you're looking at the higher time frame, okay, right now, look, this is my high. All right, what does price do? Price goes and makes a higher high, right? So now I know when price makes a higher high, it's going to have to retest this high. So what do I wait for? I will go down into a lower. I'm in profit. Thanks to you, bro. Good shit, bro. All right. So now that I know that price broke this high and it has to retrace to this level, once price starts to become bearish, that is where I take my entries. All right. So once price broke beneath this low, like I told you guys earlier, all right, that is where we look for our best entry. We end up getting entry right here, and we could have held all the way until now, right? Only because we know that price is going to bounce off of this to push us higher. We already have the bounce, all right? So now we are working our way up higher, in my opinion. All right, so I am looking for buys. I might be early, but I'm not stressing it, right? I might be early. What you mean? Blue Guardian as a hold on, who lost 7? Who lost 7K today? But let's see something real quick. Again, we have this fib level right here that price is bouncing off of, like, almost perfectly, bro. When I was in drawdown, oh, when I said my stop loss wasn't what didn't kick in. Now my stop loss didn't pull me out, but luckily that price ended up retracing a little bit to give me some of what I almost lost. So I didn't lose all of that. Yeah. No, I thought I did too. I thought I did too. Well, matter of fact, it was gonna be blown if price never gave me that pullback. It was gonna be blown. I'd have blew it. I just didn't think. Yeah. Do you know about 50%? You can't make more than 1,500. But if you're already in profit and then it's different, are you in profit already? You traded New York, now it's Asia. You're fine. Asia session, it restarts every Asia session is a new day. Every Asia session is a new day. Just know it like that. 6 p.m. starts a new day. All right, the minute it says zeros and then it's a new day. Like right now on my bigger accounts, right? This is a funded account, right? On my bigger accounts, I will long and then take shorts, which is called hedging. So I am long on these funded accounts here at this level. All right, even down here on the beginning of this month. So what you do is you hold these longs and hope that we go higher, and then you could sell on the way down to make even more money. That is what hedging is, and that is just something that, again, most people will never get into. But as you can see, let me take all this shit off the chart. What is price doing? Price is not want to fall beneath this VWAP band. We just got a higher low. All right, which is just a nice indication that price might start to become bearish. I mean, very bearish. I mean, pardon me, bullish. All right, once we get a nice break above is what I'm looking for. All right, if we get a nice break above, that is a clear sign that we will be going higher. It's just that we keep rejecting this fucking VWAP, bro, and it's like it's making me mad. Like, you see how we're staying underneath VWAP, but we are getting equal lows now. This is kind of where we tend to get that shift. I can't hold you, bro. Alpine, he hands down is my number one trader in this group chat. Hands down. I don't even have fucking 30 days. Bro, 30 days. Not one loss. All green days. 30 in a row. Plus other accounts. Plus he just got like five. He got like 5 altogether. Like, honestly, guys, honestly. And if do you guys see how much profits he does? He's not aiming for $1,000 per day. He is literally aiming for what? How much he made today? 300. What's that say? I can't even read it, guys. 900. That's like his biggest win. That's his biggest daily win, right? His average daily win is around 200 to 400. Every time he shows me a screenshot of his fucking, matter of fact, I'm gonna go look at it real quick, right? Let's see if I could find it. That's his new one. Let's do the old. Okay, so his biggest in all of what month is this? In all of August, his biggest win was $537. His smallest win was $152. Right? He did 1,000 on week one, 1,000 on week, 1,300 week one, 1,100 week two, 800 week four or three, and then another $1,000 on week five. So that's 1, 2, 3. That's almost 4K in a month. And guess what? He did not make anything above 500 or anything below 150. So that is what you guys have to understand. If you make 150 bucks today, move the fuck on. Go to the next day. Stop trying to make all of this money in one day, guys. I'm telling you, it's going to hurt you way more than it's going to do you good. Right? Take your wins. Do you do consult? Yes, I do one-on-ones. Right? Take your trades and get out. Right? Find a better setup the next day. Every single day, if you could take a couple $100, couple here, couple there, couple there, it's gonna add up. Just think about it going to work. You get like $150 every day at work, if that. At the end of the week, they give you a $500 paycheck, and you're like, wow, that's awesome, right? But just think about this: if you do the same thing with trading, do $200-300 a day, and then at the end of the month you ask for your money, you're gonna get a nice 4 or 5, $3,000 paycheck, $4,000 paycheck. That's what you guys have to start doing. Exactly. Bro made 1,500 and slid. Yeah, I'm gonna put this whole video on YouTube. You didn't miss much anyway, guys. We just been talking really, but I put all of my videos on YouTube. My YouTube is breezy.trades13. um yeah, again, like I said, did I just your live contains themes that some may find uncomfortable? What? Oh my god, bro. TikTok does not like me, bro. How does this live make other people feel not comfortable? Can someone explain that? Did some girl literally just... There we go, that's that bounce. Yeah, I'm still holding only because I have a bigger stop loss. I plan on I'm planning on at least on a 4R. Yeah, I'm long. You will, bro. Just join my Discord. You will. Everybody in my whole Discord does exactly. I am just anticipating this. Basically, this. We just grab liquidity off of Asia pre-market open. So I am honestly just swinging for the fences right now. I am trying to hedge this and hold it and try and swing it. I am not trying to. I am scalping. I will be scalping shorts off of this VWAP. I will be scalping shorts, but I am trying to hold this for a long-term position. I'm hoping that around 10 o'clock we start to see buys. We've been taking trades. So hedge is basically meaning that you take positions in one direction and you could buy or sell in the other direction. Right? That's what I'm doing with FX. This is my prop firm account, right? This is something a little bit different. He's funny as hell, Chase. It's only because it's an OTE zone as well, and price likes to hold at these OTE zones. So it's just nah, you're not. It's just funny. But again, price likes to hold at these OTE zones. So that's the only reason. If we get stopped out, it's not a big deal. I just know that price holds at OTEs. Everybody in our Discord knows price holds at OTE zones. So we're just gonna, hold for this one and see if we could actually catch a decent one. That's all that we came in here to do. Again, I don't even trade during Asia session. We haven't done any live trading at all in a while, right? But I guess when it comes up, it comes up. All right. Again, this is the trade that we took on Nasdaq today. These are the two trades that we took on Nasdaq today. I only would have took one trade if this trade didn't close on me. I took this trade and all of a sudden it just closed out. So I literally just bought right back in. I have the full thing. You guys can go to my TikTok and you'll see it. I had the video, but it deleted the video for some reason. When I went to try and put it on my when I tried to put it on TikTok, I accidentally fucking deleted it. But nah, that's my gunner, bro. That's my gunner. Chase, he gun anybody down who talks shit. But I mean, all love around here. All love, all love. But yeah, this is what we took. We got basically 8R and we caught another 7R. Alright. And look at minimum drawdown. Very minimum drawdown. Alright. NPT the whole time. When most people are taking, coming out of their position, we hold, right? You gotta start to understand momentum, right? Times. Look at the time of this, right? We get the push at 11, 12 o'clock, which again is out of time. Alright, I don't ever. How long do you see? Did I just get kicked off alive? Yo, what the fuck? Yo, is TikTok still up? No, I think Yo, I hit this vape and this thing just came up, says consuming substances featured in this live could harm your health. What? Bro, what did I do? Yo, they really gunning, bro. Dang, remember I told you guys earlier how we were bouncing off of this VWAP and I said we should take buys? I just hit it real quick just to hit it. I don't even do that shit on stream like that. I don't even do a period. It was in my hand, so I hit that John. Yeah, I gotta start doing that and stop playing around. But remember I told you guys earlier when this first started? I said if we take buys off of this VWAP, look, price gets on the other side of VWAP and look where we go to. This is a 3R. Like we could have all passed our oh my god. Every trade that we caught out funded past. Look at gold now. Look at gold now. We about to get a close above VWAP. I know. Where's my volume at? There we go. There's our volume. Look, bearish engulfment. I mean bullish engulfment candle. Right? Bullish engulfment. So let's see if we could get a bounce. A slight pullback. Oh, this is not where my TP is supposed to be at. It's alright. That's not where my TP is going to be. I just wanted to see something. I'm going to name for these New York PM highs again. 12 o'clock highs. Yeah, so if gold goes up, dollar goes down. So what's the dollar doing? Look, the dollar's tanking, guys. Look, you see? Like, you can't make this shit up, guys. But look, this is the bad thing, is that it tanks to a level. Look where this level is. Look, literally, price made higher highs from this level, right? So now look where gold is at. Gold is at VWAP. So if gold is going to reject any level, it's going to reject VWAP to go lower, right? If DXY rejects any level, what level do you think it's going to reject? It's going to reject where support and resistance was. If price breaks through this level, the next level is down here, right? So look at all this room that has to happen, right? So if this is going up, that means EU is going up crazy. Look, EU going up crazy. You gotta listen, if you're gonna trade EU, GU, anything that has to do with US pairs, you have to pay attention to the dollar. If the dollar is in bearish structure and we start to break highs and become bullish, that means, oh yeah, pardon me, if the dollar does that, and that means it's gonna do good against other pairs, right? Or you have to sell other pairs depending on what asset it is that you're doing. All right, look, we're getting a break above VWAP. The next area of interest is this standard deviation line. That's what's up. That's what's up. I just don't see price. I don't see price selling off anytime soon after that. If price decides, I'm going to move this up a little bit so I'm not in a normal risk. I can let this be a risk-free trade. All right, but I do think we're still going to get some pullback though. GP's about to go crazy. GP's about to go crazy. Matter of fact, I'm just going to be normal. I'm going to put this shit right at VWAP. And I'm just going to let this play out. I don't see price coming back under VWAP. I really don't. If price does, and then I don't know what is going on. Just don't even talk to me if that happens. I mean this deviation band. But if you go to G, where the fuck is my Great Britain? You look, anything that goes against the dollar, anything that goes against the dollar is going to go higher. If the dollars, look, G, USD, that means you're buying the British pound or you're selling the dollar, right? So that is what you got to realize, that anytime that you're going against the US dollar, if the dollar is going down, and then that's, look, the dollar was going down, and then US, look, US is going down, US, all right? So when you do Euro USD, that means going to be the very opposite. Euro USD, we're going up. So if USD is the second pair, it's gonna do the opposite, right? So if you go to DXY, DXY is going down, right? What did I say? Yeah, Euro USD should be going up, right? But if you do like USD CAD or UCAD or fucking anything that has United States first, it's gonna be tanking. Watch. Let me just show you because this shit is hard to explain. USD JPY. Look, USD JPY. It means the euro is anytime it's going down, it means your euro dollar is doing bad. So if the US dollar is first in the pair, right? If DXY is going down, and then this is gonna go down, right? If DXY is going up, and then that will go up. But if Euro USD or GUSD or anything like all of the other USD pairs, if it's second, it's gonna do the opposite. I hope that makes sense. I can't just repeat myself like 4 fucking times. But that is how you do it. You always pay attention to DXY if you're trading US pairs. You have to. You have to. As you can see, we are about to go higher off of this. The dollar is still tanking, right? We want gold to go higher. So this means this has to go lower, right? Doesn't mean we can't consolidate for a little bit, right? We can stay in here and then fall just like we did right here. Look, the same structure, right? We stayed in this area for a while and then we went higher. So we're hoping we stay in this area to go lower because the next area of liquidity is this. First of all, look at this open gap that had to be filled. Remember we talked about it earlier in the stream? This opening gap has to be filled in DXY, right? So if it does, and then that means gold should continue to rise. And as you can see, we're finally getting a break above VWAP. So as you know, this is why we took the trade when we did. Remember when somebody said, hey, why you take buys now? This is why we took buys now. We're up almost $1,200 right now. Easy trade. All right, we had a little bit of drawdown, a little bit bigger than I anticipated, but it don't matter. All right, as long as we stay above VWAP. If we end up closing below VWAP, I will take profit early. I will tell you that right now. Yeah, you probably would have jumped. Yeah, because you would have been, you know, again, 50 micros is the max. I'm at 45. Your piece, what you mean? Just hit with volume SMA. What did you do? Just hit the little back. Hit this little arrow up here. Hit it like 3 times. Hit this arrow. Just hit it like 3 times. Bring your shit back. I don't know what you did. My computer right here. Should I press the button? I want to say yeah, and just this price literally is I just want to see some action. I want to say a higher high above VWAP to give me that like bullish mark. If we don't get a higher high above VWAP, and then it's not giving me a very bullish bias. All right, because price could just stay at this level. We could just consolidate for a while before we end up pushing higher. So I just want to be positive before I tell anybody to get in. This is still fucked up. You just moved something around. You just moved the you see how it says on the, why does you say that on the bottom left? MGZ, open high, open low, close. Like you have to click that. You have to bring that up. Right, I just don't like, as you can see, we close underneath the VWAP. I don't like that. I might close this position, guys. I'm just gonna close at 450. Yeah, I'm just closing that position at 450. Only because we close under VWAP. I know we might bounce off of it, and I don't mind re-entering. I'm just not trying to take a loss. I haven't had a loss on this account yet. I am gonna hold though on this on my Top Step account. And we're gonna see what happens. If this become, what did that just candle just close? Yeah, never mind. Never mind. I am still gonna hold. I will reopen if we get another candle to close above VWAP. But I just think, let me see what DXY is doing. Yep, DXY is doing exactly what we said it would. It's gonna consolidate before we drop. If we end up breaking, I just don't see us breaking out of this area. Alright, this is the highs. Alright, this is this low. So this is, we turn resistance into support, made a higher high. Price came back down. So again, we are hoping for this because we want gold to go higher. Right? But it doesn't mean that we could still get this. Right? Something could happen and we could still get a push. Right? So, but this is more favorable. This is probably like an 80% chance of happening. So I'm gonna go back and look onto gold and see about this re-entry, and look at that. Might get a re-entry. Let's see what this 5 minute is showing. 5 minutes showed failing at FVG. Alright. We got another minute. If I could get this candle to flip and become bullish. Dang, I just don't like this level, guys. Only because it didn't play out on a higher time frame yet. Trying to find out if that's a wick. Yeah, look. You see how price broke out and now we're working its way back to this level. This could be a level that price could reject to. Reject and give us another lower low. Alright, so there are two things that I'm hoping for. If price decides, if price continues in buying power, I will try and take it here first, because we could get a mean rejection to give us a new lower low to touch this low. Alright, just because we reject and we have to come down to this level does not mean that it has to be ASAP. Right, we could literally walk ourselves up to here, come back down, people will think that we're going higher, and then we get rejected and go lower. So this could be the rest of the week. Right, so that is kind of what I'm looking at of my bias of at least what's going to happen and where price will go. All right, we are getting a close back above VWAP. I should have been fucking a man and held this shit. What platform you? This is Trading You. I am still up on this funded account. I am going to re-enter though. I got a nice swing low. Put my stop loss under. Got a support band. TP will go right here at these PM highs. Once I get another break above, add another contract. Yeah, I'm still holding on my other account. This is just a new 100K. So I was just trying to conserve it, even though I know price is going higher, and I held it on this account. I'm still in the trade, and I'll show you guys. I'm recording it. So if it's not working, just send me a DM, or somebody in the Discord will send it to you, and send it to you. We'll get you in. Anybody that you see that's popping up is probably in our Discord. And you see we got the entry off of the break, which again I don't like to do. I want to catch the pullback. That is the best entry, right? But once you start to see volume, as you can see, we get a lot of volume. You could take it off of the influx in volume. We are in the US. I should have took this on my other two evals. What am I thinking, bro? I'm not even thinking right now. I could have passed two evals literally right now off this trade alone. I could close this trade right now and be up 800 on Asia session. Did 20K during New York session, and then do like a little 8K for Asia. Not too bad. Do a live trade. So I go live every day, Monday through Thursday, um 7 p.m. So we, if trades are there, we take them, right? 7 p.m. I don't know if I said a.m. So if trades are there, we take them. I don't know if we take them every day because I hardly ever trade around this time. I normally wait until like 10 o'clock to take trades. But recently, I've just been super aggressive. I've just been trading gold around the clock because gold is the only asset that is moving at over 4,000 pips per hour. The only asset. That volume died down way too early, way too fast. Bree, send me a DM, Bree. We will talk. I will help you. No problem. No problem. That's what we're here for. Yeah, gold volume died like super dramatically. It just looks so weird. We literally, we're just going, look at this wick though. Look at this wick. Look at this crazy wick. And then look at this crazy pullback. If this wasn't accumulation, manipulation, distribution, I don't know what is. This is high time frame. This thing, if this thing flips in the next 3 minutes and it closes bullish, we're gonna have a run. This thing's about to run. We all are up though. I'm up 3K right now. On this 3,300 on this account. We do not want it to. Alright? We do not want this shit back down at all. I'm not having a loss on this funded account, bro. I'm not doing it. We'll take one. I don't even know why I just did that. I just don't want a loss. I'm really trying to get like a straight, what? That's 1, 2, 3. That's 4 wins already. Yeah, it's too late. Don't enter. Definitely don't enter. I appreciate all of these gifts again, bro. You are just smacking left and right. I'm still holding on my other account, which matters a little bit more than this account. We are going to get some movement though, right? I want to see price retrace to this level for me to add more on my other account. All right. Again, I'm still in this trade. You guys can see. We are up 2,300 for those who I just showed the camera, if you could see. It's on my, it's, what you mean leverage? Leverage, I'm on futures, so we all have the same leverage. What do you mean? It really is. It's very bullish. We are literally just getting pullbacks the way price action is supposed to. That's it. It's just this deviation band that we rejected off of, right? As you can see, what happened last time, we end up getting underneath of it, right? But that is the only reason. It's hard to stay in, again, especially when I'm already up at these bands. Yes, it's gold. Only because I know that these could cause resistance and it's out of time. If this was New York session or London session, I might hold. Cons, yeah, that was like basically 4 minis. I'm in 5 minis right now. But what was I just about to say? Oh, if we're in New York or London session, I'm 100% holding these trades because the volume is going to carry us higher. When we start to get volume to die off in a bullish trend, that's not a good sign. All right, we are getting rejection off of this low, so gold is about to go higher. All right, so yeah, I've been there, bro. I end up losing like 1K on one of my evals today over a dumb trade on my evals. I'm like, what the fuck? On the eval? It's just that I accidentally had, you know, like when you put in like a stop loss already, the stop loss was there. So the minute I put in, it was so much volume that it just took me out, and I entered again. But yeah, we're gonna look at this. Remember the area I marked earlier? This is opening gap. Look what we just came in and filled. That's why gold is having this run. Right? It's just we are rejecting and we already filled this gap. So price could still use this in a high time frame, and this could just be a wick in a high time frame, a higher time frame to push price higher. All right, so that is another reason why I'm not, again, I'm waiting for the session to come closer, because if the session comes closer, and then majority of the time, if you guys don't notice, majority of the time that gold or NASDAQ has made this big moves, and you ask me when is the correction over, the correction literally stops when that session begins. Every single time New York session begins is when that higher time frame kicks in. Almost every time. Like as you can see here, watch. This is the high, right? Price in New York makes the high, Asia carries it out, right? So what has to happen? A pullback has to happen, and where does that level have to come back to? It has to come back to the level that it just broke, right? So if New York is the session that kicked it off, what do you think's the session that's gonna bring it back? New York. And as you can see, in fucking 1 hour from 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, it brings us right back, right? And then it's the same thing. If New York goes and pushes that high, what do you think's gonna make the next higher high in the next day? New York. It has to carry that trend. All right. So you just gotta like remember what sessions are doing and how they're playing a part in trading. Right. Again, what did New York do? New York made the high. Right. What did New York come and do? New York opened up and made the next higher high. All right. What did New York do again? It opened up and made the next higher high. For 1, 2, 3 sessions in a row, New York has been the one to make that higher high. So how about you just trade sessions, right? Because if you're not trading, like think about this. If we traded only New York session for the last 5 days, let's see how many times we would long versus short. All right, here's New York session. Longs making the high. That's one. Another session, we would have shorted from the high down to correction. We would have took the long. We would have took the long, or we would have shorted. So that's 2, 2. This one, London made the high, and then we came down New York session. So that's 3 shorts and 3 longs, and then we take another long here on Tuesday, right? But every single time, it's either you're trading the correction or the continuation, right? And what do we normally trade? We normally trade the continuation. So instead of taking themselves back down to the bottom, we wait for price to reach the bottom and take the buys back up to the top. So we really could have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 buys in a row off of every position that we just named, and would have been profitable, bro. Super easy. Yeah, the trading style that I have gravitated towards has been trades by sky or trades by side. It's very easy, but I add my own twist to it. You know what I mean? There's certain things that he doesn't use. I just add a little extra things that just help me with my confirmations. Right? Again, I know a little bit more market knowledge than most people, so I am just using everything that I've basically acquired and trying to put it into something that is like unbeatable. You know what I mean? Like almost 1,000 trades and 70%, over 70% is unreal. I honestly would never even thought I would ever be at that level. But that's just where we're at. I mean, when it starts to come down to consistency, that is what really matters. Is how many trades are you able to be consistent with a high win to loss ratio with a high RR, right? Because you only need a low win rate with a high RR to be positive and be profitable. But if you have a high RR and a high win rate, you are literally just compounding hand over fist. All right. Ah, I should have stayed in, guys. I'm still up 3,800, but look, I should have stayed in. Look, we bounce right off of that high and go higher. Sheesh. I'm still holding this though on the top step. Does anybody have any other questions? Two plus 60 on your account. Good reads, gonna solve. Yeah. Listen, do you? No, my Discord is free. How many trades you take per week? I try and do around. I've been increasing my trades only because I just been a lot more accurate. But I do normally around 2 to 3 trades per day. 2 to 3 good trades per day. As today, I only took 2 trades on NASDAQ. Well, yeah. On my main accounts that we did today, I only took 2 trades, and it would have been one. And this was my funded account on my 100K account, the first trade on this 100K account. All right, we did 20K off of this one trade. It was one trade, it closed itself out early, and then I just hopped back in when price gave me the option, which I'm going to show you where price got me in at. All right, it took me out for whatever reason. I had no stop loss, no nothing. It just took me out. All right, so we ended up getting like right around here before price took me out. So once price came back down, right, and we started to consolidate back above this level here that I have marked out. All right, I just took it basically once we started to get, look at this volume. Look at this volume, guys. Look where we start to consolidate. All right, so I'm going to start here, right? We start to consolidate right around here, and then we start to pick up with these bigger swings. Look how much volume we start to increase. Look. All right, so this is just letting me know that in a uptrend, volume is increasing. We should only be going higher. All right, and look at that volume play out, and look what it did to us. Pushed me higher and carried us right into a good TP, right? This ended up taking me all day to get, but I held it, you know what I mean? And we ended up hitting it, we fell back down. I wanted to re-enter, and then I realized that it was the end of the day. So I was like, nah, let me just not enter. And we just stayed up above this level this whole time. And look, we are back at this level, right? Yeah, join my Discord, bro. Send me a DM if you can't get in, or however it is, we'll get you in the Discord, bro. Again, I call out my trade current Asia price accumulation. So current Asia price action. Current Asia price action. We are in a straight. So let's see. So last night Asia session accumulated. New York session manipulated. So we should distribute to the upside, making a higher high. That is my analysis. If just send me a DM, or somebody in the in chat post the Discord. If it doesn't work, just send me a DM and I'll invite you after. Or send me a DM now and I'll still invite you after. Pin comment. See if that one works. Yeah, see if that one works. Appreciate you guys. But I don't know. I think we could swing it. I think Asia session has to make up its money, right? If we have all of Asia taking price in here, right? They have a better price on open market. So why wouldn't they buy now? You know what I mean? If the dollar is already at a level that is showing stability, right? It should bring us right to our level. Right, it should bring us right up to these recent highs before the dollar, which hopefully would be in time for news tomorrow, right? So I am in gold buys. I've been in gold buys, honestly, and I told you that earlier. Yeah, I got in right here. I got in literally 3663. Yep, right here. I literally again, like, oh my god, right here. And we're up 4,300. $500, good shit, bro. Good shit. That's only 5 micros? Yeah, that has to be 5 micros. If that was 5 minis, that would be like 3K. I trade 5. I'm in a 5 minis right now. Dang, this is a crazy position. What XAUB mini? XAU, so basically when you go to XAUUSD, 100, 100, one lot, which would be 100. Let me just see. $1. No, that's not $1. $1. Okay, so a 100 units is 1 micro. Now we don't trade that unicorn stuff over here, my boy. Yeah, so 100 lots of gold is 1 micro. A long before the old swing low. I wish I stayed on my first entry. Remember my first entry was right here. This is my first entry. But we was on gold futures. Yeah, my first entry was right here. I should have just stayed in. That's a 7R, bro. That's 7 grand would be up. But again, Papa John, that's minis. I mean, XAU is called lots. So again, if you ever hear somebody say I got 5 lots, that's just saying they have 5 minis. Oh, I got 50 lots. That's 50 minis. That's all that is. You know what I mean? Dang, I wish I just took that trade from when we first initially took it, bro. It don't matter. It is what it is. We catch it every day. Every day we catch them. I am about to post it on this on my screenshot. I'm about to screenshot it real quick. Put it on my story for y'all to see how far. How many fun? Oh, you talking about using? Yeah, I don't know about that unicorn stuff, bro. Oh, that's smart. It's just gonna take you forever to passive fund it. At least do like 3. Like 3. I would tell people if you're first starting off, like 1 micro is insane work. You gotta swing like fucking. You add as you go. That's. I get it, and I hope it works for you. But that's just hard, bro. That's why you again come to my Discord, bro. We gonna help you through that because as as long as you as long as you're entering in session, right, around the times that price likes to move the most, and then you're never gonna be in drawdown. I am hardly ever in drawdown, because only because of entry and timing. That's it. We follow the model that presents. Yeah, if you're talking about, he's talking about minis, yeah. 30. Is it 3 minis? It might be 3 minis. I don't remember what Blue Guardian is. I think it is. It doesn't even matter. If you're in the eval stage, you should only be trading 5 to 10 micros. Yeah, my fund of futures is definitely, I know that for sure. Listen, anything that allows you to do above 5 is just wants you to blow your account. Even 3 is too much on a 50K account. It's way too much. I get it off, but you have to go with momentum. You got to be able to understand what momentum breaks are and get it off the break so you're not in. Listen, Alpha, no, Apex lets you use 10 on a 50K account. Still, yeah, like I still barely use, like on evals, bro. I used 5 minis, 5 micros, sorry, 5 micros, and we did like 14K. Yeah, I'm literally just started this eval on Friday, and I'm 500 bucks from passing. Eval started Friday. Our first day was rough. I don't even think. Yeah, what? Where the fuck did it just go? What the fuck? It's raining hard as hell out, bro. Does it not let me in my Blue Guardian account? What the fuck? That was weird. Why isn't it letting me in my Blue Guardian? I'm allowed on my phone. How am I 1,000? Oh, that's right. Okay, I'm 1,000 from passing this account. I am. Where's the other account at? And I'm 1,500 from passing the other account. I wish it would let me pull it up. Whatever reason, it's not letting me log in my Blue Guardian account. Oh, there it is. I was about to say, someone's about to go crazy. So this one, I think we just started today. No, yesterday. These are just two accounts that I just bought just cause. So we are 1,600. So we're 1,400 away from this account. And then we're 1,400. We're about 1,000 away from this account of 2K. Right, if I didn't have this one trade, that was fucking a loss. One trade, bro. It wasn't. And you know what this is what I hate so much about this stuff is that, watch, do you see over here where it says market and contracts? So if I take a position in micro gold and I'm looking at MGC, let's say NQ, it doesn't change the contract. So if I'm looking at this and I'm marking up my orders on this, it literally, when I go and take a short like this and I hit short, it doesn't go to NGC. It doesn't go to my what's on my screen, which is NQ. It goes to whatever contract this is. Sometimes it changes with it, sometimes it doesn't. This time it didn't change with it. You feel what I'm saying? So that is why I lost 500. That's like the 5th time it happened to me. It literally put me into a trade of 3 minis or 3 micro. No, it was 3 minis, and automatically took me out 500 bucks before I could even do anything. I was like, what the fuck? Yeah, I was so mad, bro. I was so mad. And this is also another reason how we end up catching this buy all the way back up on NQ is that look what happened. Right? This is Asia. This is London Open. What did London do? London consolidated at VWAP. We got underneath. What did we do? We took London low, and we took London low, and we took Asia low right here. Right? I should have marked that. Right? But we took London low, Asia low, and then we ended up taking London lows from the previous 2 sessions. Right? So that's a lot of liquidity that we just built up. Once we got back on top of Asia low, it was a wrap. We ended up taking positions at this level right here at VWAP. Price broke around VWAP, and we just went price discovery the whole time. Yeah. Let's see how much we're in this up on this gold trade. 4,400, bro. And you see how we bounce off this top band? So look what happened last time. Oh, it's not gonna show us. Let's see if I can do anchor VWAP real quick. It's not 6 o'clock. or 8 o'clock. Was it this session? Nah, yes. Sometimes this stuff definitely be making me mad because earlier when I had this on there, it rode the standard deviation band the whole way, and now all of a sudden it doesn't want to do it. I'm saying that because the volume weighted average price is totaled in from all of this and then also until now, so I guess maybe that's why. But normally, oh, here it is. This is what I was trying to show you. You see how we stayed on top of VWAP this whole green line, this whole time. Let me turn this EMAs off. All right, you see how we stayed on top this whole time, literally from 6 in the morning till 7:30, and then we finally get underneath of it and we short the rest of the day. All right, so I'm hoping that we stay on VWAP for a pretty, yeah. So top step isn't the VWAP; it's just gonna be this line. So if you turn on VWAP for top step, it's just only going to be this line. It's not going to show you the standard deviation. So that's the only difference, right? We need the standard deviations. They help, right? This line is good, especially when you're, looking to target certain areas, like for sells. If price is ever like extremely high and you have VWAP, and then you start to see price be bearish, and then just know that the only reason it's bearish is because it's so far away from VWAP. Just look, you see how far away we get from VWAP, and then look what happens. We sell right through it. And then, and then we go right through it again, right? So VWAP is always going to be an area that price is just going to be bouncing in and through, right? So once we get so far away from VWAP, VWAP's going to start trailing. VWAP may start trailing like this, and then that is when price would do, oh shit. And then that's when price may, come higher. And then make its way back to VWAP. Yeah, London session has been doing a lot of consolidation lately. New York just fell. So if New York fell, this is a level. Look, you kind of see where the high of New York is. So think of this as one candle. If this is one candle, this blue, this is the top of the candle, this is the bottom of the candle. This next candle opens up, goes low, right? What's it do? It takes the liquidity from this wick, and then we open high. So we want the top of that candle to close around 50% of the range. All right, so what is 50% of this range? Which is way up here. All right, so we want this next Asia London to at least get back up to here, which will be looking pretty strong. So we might sell down into VWAP, which is looking like we might, but we were at the standard deviation band. We showed no signs. I'm hoping that this just gives us resistance, but let's see what DXY is doing. And DXY, look, DXY closed this gap, guys. Literally closed it, and then look at all this room that it has to go higher. So we might actually be getting some dips on gold, bro. Yeah, I was looking for Luke. I was talking to him. He ended up messaging me, but I'm just, yeah, gold is going up. We needed to continue in this path. We wanted to basically just make levels, bro. Just give us 5-minute levels. All right, this is a nice level. I would like price to stay above. All right, just continue to give me 5-minute market structure and I will be very happy. If we can continue to get 5-minute market structure, I don't even really care about this account. We are up crazy. But it'd just be nice to catch this from a swing low. But again, back to what I was saying, you gotta have to look at them on the daily. Like, understand what is manipulation, where is things out, what is like, uh, there's so much I want to get into, bro. Like, I want to get into candle wick theory, or I mean, candle range theory, CTR. But I can't get into that because there's still so much that ICT I need you to understand. I don't want to be jumping like it's not strategy to strategy. It's just a way of looking at the market so you could analyze your trades to be better, right? So if you see something called candle range theory and understand it, and then you could pair that with what this strategy or way of looking at allows you to trade into your strategy. You're about to build the images of trade. But it's just like, because I just look at the market in so many different ways. Yeah, that standard deviation is different, bro. Not many people are teaching it, for real, for real. All right? Not many people even know how to use it correctly. Nah, they go because people know what's about to go on with gold. Gold is literally about to, these next 5 years, gold is gonna be at some crazy numbers. There's too much going on in the oil fields that people don't realize that affect what's going on with gold. When 15 countries stop buying oil with gold, I mean, wow, stop buying oil with the US dollar, that will devalue our dollar. With the US putting $4 trillion um into the market, or not for yeah, it's either 4 trillion or $2 trillion into circulation, that is going to devalue the dollar. If the devalue is being strong so much by shrinkflation, and then gold has to go up. Gold has to be the new standard so the dollar can increase off the backs and treasuries that are hopefully coming within the September, right? But there's just so much things that go around life, daily life, that gold has to stay higher in order for almost everybody's life to be at a comfortable set of living. So it's not just about candlesticks. There's a lot more other than looking at chart formations and patterns that will help you in trading. So if you can start to learn the ins and outs of the market, what moves price, understand the correlation between the dollar, and understand the correlation between gold and the dollar, right? Understand what moves the dollar and what moves gold. What is good for gold? What is good for the dollar, right? I'm not. Yeah, oh, okay. You know what I mean? So these are the type of things that will help your trading out tremendously, right? Every single day that I'm trading gold, I am also looking at the DXY. DXY is a crazy indicator. All it is lifetime action of a asset. If that asset is going against you, and then you're in the right. If DXY is going in a downward trend like it is right now, making what? Lower lows and lower highs, and then we should know that gold should be making higher highs, right? And that is kind of what we're getting right now, right? We are getting a bounce off of this level here. I appreciate you, Chase. No problem, bro. But it's easier to see the levels stair stepping up than down. I need to work on that. Yeah, just remember that at every level that price makes in an uptrend, makes a new higher high, you're gonna have a resistance and a support. That is a level, right? We always want price to tap down into that, right? It could either go down to, in a uptrend, we wanted to do the top level, which is resistance. In a downtrend, we wanted to do the bottom level, which is support that it broke through, right? But just because price in a uptrend as like right here, right? This is the high, right? What did price do? Price made a new high and started to retrace, right? So we want, and it goes and makes another high, right? So we want price to retrace to this high right here to go higher. What did price do? Price ended up retracing to this high to go higher. So just make sure that, again, when you're looking at stuff like this, that you're not just having super tight stop losses, that you're actually doing it the correct way, right? This is a fair value gap, so you have to take all that in accountability of, you know, hey, this needs to happen, right? So what I like to do is if price breaks underneath this level and closes, and then we should get a test, which would be a fib level, right? Fib level, and then we get another lower low. If price doesn't take my lower low and it stays above the bottom of this candle here, and then all I'm doing is waiting for price to turn bullish, right? Normally, if I could get like a 1 hour, 2 hour candle closure, right, above this level, which we do right around here, I would take my entry, or I would wait into a lower time frame, wait for the pullback and take my entry. All right, but tell me that at 50% at the daily highs. Did we trace into 50%? We really trace right into OTE. Look at that shit. I read the lows about crypto being a planet gonna fuck the. Yeah. That's listen, because it just, people are realizing that Bitcoin is way more stable than they can ever imagine. There is more fluctuation. There is one person that controls the Federal Reserve, right? There's one entity, one person that can dictate rates and fluctuate the dollar. Do you know if the biggest whales take out all of their money in Bitcoin, it would only drop Bitcoin around $10,000, right? The biggest whales do not have enough power to actually fuck Bitcoin, right? These big guys that we end up talking to end up telling, like, end up like saying like what the, literally, these are crazy ass quantitative fucking algorithms that have already pre-predicted, like they've run these type of things. They put the price that what's going on now, and then they basically put all of the crypto wallets that are in place, and they basically do like mock trials. They do mock runs into the future to see if this person sells all of their Bitcoin and all of these big whales sell all of the Bitcoin at the same time, how is that going to affect the market? And what happened if it did? Like, it just, they do all of this crazy stuff behind closed doors that most people are not even thinking about, and they are basically saying that it's almost impossible to tank Bitcoin, that there's not enough power, that there's too much things are going on, that Bitcoin is so reliant upon, and that these big banks have too much of it to let it go, that they are basically hedging their position against it because they realize of the value of it, right? So all of these big banks are basically using that as a new central type of, how do I connect my Blue Guardian account through Trade Locker? I don't know if you gotta read which one did you do? You gotta read when you bought it, did it say, did you do Blue Guardian or Blue Guardian Futures? You should get an email and it gives you all of the credentials. Or you go to, I don't, you got to tell me which one you did, blueguardian.com or Blue Guardian Futures. But basically all I'm trying to say is that Bitcoin, they're using it as a crutch, right? They're using it as a crutch. They are literally 10xing off of these cryptocurrencies. I don't think she has Trade Locker. I don't think that's what I'm trying to figure out. If it's Blue Guardian Futures and then it's not Trade Locker. Nah, you're good. Nah, you ain't disturbed nobody. You had a question to ask. You good? I'm just reading something. Um. Okay, so we're at the daily. Fi what range is this? We're at the daily VWAP standard deviation band. If we get above this, bro, we are like this could be big, guys. This could be big. These almost look like some good ass longs right now. Off of that, I am long, but I entered way down here. I entered my first entry is here, guys. This is the trade I'm in right now. Right? If we're literally, this is a great trade right now. My TP's at 3701. So right here, where this is the VWAP, I might take it to these highs and just take it to the high and see how we go. But so this is where we're at right now. Yeah, I just know that London session likes to sell a little bit. I want to see this. This is exactly what I would love to see. If we could get a push to this VWAP of the daily, this would be super nice. Alright, get a push to this. We fall back to the recent high, which would be right here. Right? We fall back to this recent high. We kind of consolidate for a little bit. And then we push up, giving us a new high. Right? And then we kind of just continue to stack right on top of each other, pushing to new highs. Yes, this is gold. Yeah, that's a good shit, Papa John. But it's just that we already rejected this area literally 2 times. One, and we got a nice rejection. Another time, we got a rejection, but we're getting a candle close above. Right? This is just, we need a push above this. No, what you need to go do is practice swing trading on a demo account first. It's a whole different ball game. It's not even the same, right? So I would love for y'all to actually get a demo account and take that shit so serious. Go get a 50K
200K. I don't give a fuck what it is. Just get a demo account and make that the most, or even go get a small one, 200 bucks, 500, 1,000, and just go make that shit the most serious you have ever traded your whole entire life. Treat that shit like if you die, if you lose this money, you're dead. Like, feel me? That is what I need you to do, just so you understand what swing trading is and how I go about it with a small fucking account. Because swing trading on a small account is so fucking hard, bro. It's so hard. It is a lot easier to take trades scalping with more contracts with higher leverage and taking, 100 here, 300, 200, 100, and then it is to hold a trade for 2 3 days and to make $3 4 thousand. It's a lot easier to scalp to $3 4 thousand than it is to swing. I've been demo scalping with higher time frame bias. No, that's good. That is good. 3K to 9K, that's good. How many days did it take you to do that? 3K to 10K? A week? That's good. So, I'm not trying to brag or nothing. But yeah, that's what we're doing right now. We just did the 3K and we're at 25K. That's so funny though. In 7 days. But no, that's good, bro. I'm not taking nothing from you, bro. That's not what I'm trying to say in this thing. It's awesome. Um, it's just there's a couple brokers that I like for MT5. Where are you at? What are you in America? He said, "Wow, you funny as hell." But nah, it's just funny. That's good though. To do 3K is a lot better. To do 3 to 9K is great, bro. It just shows you that, like, to me, I would tell anybody if you have a live account and can able to put 3K away, that is a great. I think is something that's not too big and not too small. You know what I mean? That's really good. That is what I think. If you could do that, bro, negative 400. Okay, we're finally at 5K. I am 1/5, five times. I'm 1/5 of the way there to my take profit. But oh, CoinX is a good one. Liquid Brokers and Gates FX. CoinX is a good one for MT5. Defco FX is another good one. But CoinExX, right? Liquid Brokers as well. But I don't know if you guys will be able to. Nah, you have to scroll down. Yeah, you have to scroll down a little bit. If you scroll down, you'll see it says USD. But I don't know. I've never had any problem with CoinX. And a lot of people a lot of people use CoinX. But most people are not going to be able to get a liquid broker's account, MT5. You just got to have connections. Even with Gates FX, you got to have connections. Yeah, you got Blue Guardian. Alright, it's not futures. So, what does it say? It says go to Trade Locker, and that's what you do. You put your password, you log in, and where it says server, you put Blue G. That's how you log in. Yeah, if you miss it, wait for the retest. Right? Price is always going to make a new level. Is a 10x account worth investing into at some point? Are you talking about when fucking Hero FX's 10x account? The news is always gonna move price. Do not do that account. Listen, I used to love Hero FX. Hero FX is so fucking expensive. It's $15 per lot. Okay, you may not think that's expensive, right? But because in the United States, you have to know the person. You have to be able to have the owner basically backdoor it for you because you can't get it in the United States. So, so if you know, yeah, you can, but you have to be able to. Yeah, you have to be able to. How do taxes work for offshore brokers? It's that's it's a lot. So could I put people on or not? Um, Somebody put me on, so I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question to ask. Maybe I could see, but somebody put me on, so I don't. Normally, if somebody puts me on, I'm not about to, you know what I mean, blow up his spot because I don't know if they want me to. So let me ask before I even make that, put that out there. With Gates FX, I know you have to have more than $1,000. It's not like it's just because there was too many like fake firms that people were like just something was going on and they just certain firms didn't have the you had to have so beforehand you had to have like a register you had to like be registered and then you could use it so brokers that aren't registered you can't use it. So if the broker's unregistered, that's why you could use MT5 with forex.com. You could use MT5 with ANDA, right? It's just you can't use it with unregulated brokers. What happened, bro? But taxes, at the end of the day, depending where you live, it just depends on where you live. Depends. It just yeah, a lot of shit depends. It depends. Don't want to get a rejection. If we get a rejection, it's no big deal. It's just that the volume is super low, guys. So we get a rejection, we probably bounce for here, and then we probably start working our way like this. Right? That is kind of what I see coming on. Right? If price does not get enough volume to break this high. So if price doesn't have enough push to break a high, how does it break a high? Does it have to grab orders and get overweighted, which means VWAP? So the volume weighted average price will start to move up. So if the average price is moving up, that means price in general is moving up. So that is why we get these curves the way that we do, right? You see how price was flat and then we start to get the curves. We start to get the curve. right? So if price needs that weight, it's gonna give us that curve. Let's see what DXY got going on and see if we got some more push to the upside. But look, bro, this is exactly what the fuck I said was gonna happen. Look, I said there are two things that happen. We're gonna move sideways, and then we're gonna fall, or we get above this line and go higher. So what did we do? We just literally moved sideways, and then we fell. So now we want price to walk itself up to this area right here. If price could stay, look, lower low, lower low, lower low, lower low. Then we got our equal highs, a lower high. We're underneath this minor support level. Price stays underneath this level. It would be real nice. That means gold will keep inching higher. But gold looks good, I'm not gonna lie. Gold looks super bueno. I am aiming for New York session high, which is VWAP. 36888. 3688. I don't know why I added that extra 8. Matter of fact, I think I'm going to aim for our second standard deviation. It's about to be 11 o'clock. I think around 1 o'clock we should be up around this level. If we get to 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock around this level, it should push us to the second deviation, and then we could fall. Alright, but that is kind of what I'm hoping for, is that we get to this line, we can hold it. 2 o'clock comes, we hit the standard deviation number 2, and then New York, we fall, New York opens up, and we push fucking through the roof. That is what I'm hoping for. If we go by AMD power of 3, 100% accumulation, we manipulated to the downside, now we are in distribution to the upside. We are getting bullish momentum. Like, yeah, there's no way. Unless this move, like, no, it can't be, it can't be. No, I'm not even going to say that. It can't be that. JD. But, yeah, as you can see, like, look at all this. Look at this absorption. Like, we are literally finally getting some more volume. We need more volume though. We started to die off right here. We got a spike. Yeah, we're about to fall a little bit. I'm hoping DXY fall a little bit. So overnight technically counts from 5 p.m. until 6 p.m. or 4 p.m. until 6 p.m. That is technically overnight. Technically. But yes, I will be holding this trade until we come back down to the swing low. My stop loss, no. Yeah, my stop loss, I will manually close my trade out. You saw that? You saw that? You don't even know what I did with 15K last month. Yeah, bro. We did. I don't even want to tell you what we did with 15K. It's on my TikTok. It's on my Discord for those who want to know. But we did 15K into. I don't even want to say, bro. That shit is insane. Turn into 10 mil one day. Nah, not one day, but 1 month. We did 15K to 1 mil in 26 days. And then we just did 5 mil to 25 or 24. Let me see. 24, yeah. Yeah, 99% of my trades are gold. Gold is about to fall a little bit, guys. Nah, this shouldn't. Yes and no. Yes and no. When we were in an uptrend, I honestly just kept like almost full porting every trade in the uptrend because the market structure was the easiest I've ever witnessed. So I honestly, so I was just full like okay. So I'm gonna tell you where we went from. We went from 15K to 38K off the first trade, 38K to 119K off the second trade, and then we kind of slowly grew it. I went to 119 to 153, and then I had a loss. And then I bet went back down to like 120, and then we ended up doing 120 to 511. So I was honestly just waiting for pullbacks and just fucking full porting it. So every trade I was doing 50, 50, 50 lot, 50 lot, 50 lot, 50 lot, doing like damn near 60% of my portfolio. And then I was at 328K and I ended up losing like 120K. That was the biggest loss that we had. But again, that once we got to like 489K, it's all on my TikTok. At like 489K, I ended up taking another like almost 500K trade around there, and yeah, the gold should be flying right now, guys. DXY is dropping. We should be getting some movement in gold pretty soon. But yeah, so and then we end up doing the like 934K, and then I was just gonna cash out there, but nope. End up taking it to another one. End up taking it to like 1 point. How is gold falling and DXY is falling? That is very rare. No problem. But yeah, and then that is when I was like, I ended up doing like one more trade, and we ended up hitting over the top. But I think my win rate with that was like 86%, 89%, some shit like that. Yes and no. Yes and no. I don't. Again, I'm 29 years old. I've did a lot of the things that most of these people are doing that you see running around. I've did all that, you know. When I was 17, 18, 19, I came across, I was really good in gambling. I was a really good blackjack player. So I literally used to do all that jewelry and all that stuff now, but realizing now it's not about having, it's about building tangible assets that will make you money when trading will eventually run out. So there may be a come point in time where trading may not be great for me, right? I may not be seeing, I may have too much emotion, stress, whatever the case may be. So I need to find some types of assets that I can invest in now so I can make money sitting on the sidelines. You know what I mean? I don't want to have to sit here and trade day in and day out, the 24 hours a day on the charts. Again, when I started to actually become crazy on the charts, I was doing fucking 4 hours. Like, listen, you guys know I sleep 3 hours or less a night for the last 6 months. That's what my phone tells me. It has my sleep schedule. You know what I mean? So you don't want this to be a full time job. You only want to take advantage of the market when it's giving you the opportunity. You feel me? The market gave me opportunity, so I took advantage of it in this short period of time because I never know if I'll ever get this advantage again. Right? It literally just like it landed on my lap. You know what I mean? So I just kept like it's like when you go to the blackjack table and every single time you get your face up card and it's a king or it's a queen or it's an ace. So you always have that leg up before the dealer even flips his cards. So that is kind of what this strategy has given me. It has allowed me to have that king in my pocket without even knowing what my bottom card is. Right? So that is kind of like the best analogy I could ever come up with, bro, is like every single time I looked at the dealer, he always had a low number and I always had the king. Right? So I always had that leg up. Right? Once you start to see that and you start to see trades that in that type of perspective, that is when you're able to say, hey, instead of putting 20 lots, I'm gonna do 120. Right? That's when you're able, like, once you start to make money, you don't want to keep doing 5 lots and 5 micros. You want to start building and giving yourself bigger numbers, right? And all you're gonna do is just not aim for fucking 100 pips. Maybe start to aim for 40 pips with more size, and then you start to increase your pips or your points, and then you could still increase your contract sizes, right? But you can't go from 5 micros and aiming for 500 points and then do 10 micros and aim for 500 points, right? Do 10 micros and maybe aim for, half of that. And then once you start to do good, and then you can start to aim higher and higher and higher. But yeah, again, I still stay on the charts 24/7. I plan on trying to actually come off these charts around the beginning of this year or the next year where I could actually just like really take a break and just chill. But this year, I'm just gonna capitalize the rest of this year and kind of fall back and see what happens next year. Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to make money off revenue of income. Um, I can, but again, market is too easy to take your foot off the gas. It's too easy. So I'm not about to just let money slide when it's too easy, right? Capitalize when it's easy and chill when it's hard. Listen, if you ever have days when the market seems hard to you, why are you trading? Why are you trading, guys? You guys got to start getting into the ideas of looking at percent instead of dollar signs. Increase your account by 1% each day. Compound interest, guys. Compounding. You turn 100K, do 10% one day. Now you just gain 10K, right? Now you do 5%, 2%, right? 1% each day, right? Now you're doing 360 days out the year, 270 of them are weekdays, right? And you're doing 1% of $100,000 every single trading day. You're doing over $270,000 of return every single year, and you're only doing 1%, which is what? $1,000 of 100K, right? So you got to start looking at it as a cumulative, I can't even say the word. I'm fucking a cumulative. interest. Why the gold? Yeah, let's see. Gold DX, because I think it's might be just a little bit late. It's not a bad thing right now, but it is odd. It's just the only thing I don't like is that literally DXY is at a fire support level. Like, I just don't like that. But it is the opening gap that it's closing. I'm just hoping that's not ready to go higher. So all I can say is that where did gold make that initial lower low from? What level? This level right here. Where are we at? We're at that level right now, right? So if we get a close underneath of this VWAP band, I'm getting out my position. Only because I'm not ready to hold. I just don't care enough. I'll rather just wait. I'd rather just wait. Alright, let's see where the most action has taken place in this all of Asia session. The most action took place at this level right here, all of Asia session, which pushed price higher. So let's hope that this POC can hold as support to push price higher. If this POC could hold as support, we might look good. Right, again, look what happened, bro. We rejected off of this daily VWAP band, and we're at it again. Right, that's just not a good sign. We want a candle close above. I'm just gonna put my stop loss around this level right here and just take profit, and if price comes lower than this level, crude oil? I don't know, boy. I don't think I've ever traded oil. Dang, crude oil is looking good too. Crude oil had something happen yesterday. A pipeline busted, and look what happened. Boom. I don't think I've ever traded oil. Oil is very hard to trade. Oil, shit, crazy hard to trade. Again, I don't even know. I just like oil. Just I don't know. I never took a trade on oil. It doesn't seem like market structure to me. Like, look at this. Like, how do you trade this shit? Like, each time price hit this level, it literally rejects, but it doesn't give us lower lows. Like, I don't even know what I would do with this shit. Yeah, some people are good at. Listen, you're gonna find an asset that you like, and you're gonna take off, right? But you just can't jump from a million different ones, right? If find one, figure it out, get to the next one. Find that one, figure it out, get to the next one. Yeah, I heard again. It's just if you have an inside edge, if you know something, futures is like one of them things when you're trading commodities, cocoa, stuff like that. You could, I mean, there are other things to trade: lean meat, copper, hog, fucking. There's so much you could trade, bro. There's actually a lot. You got all these interest rates you could trade on futures. Never traded them a day in my life. Um, Weather. Oh no, I was about to say what the fuck is weather? Chemicals? Soda ash? Never heard of it. Propylene? No, I've never tried cattle. Let's see, where is agriculture? Let's see what live cattle looks like. What? Why is this saying I don't have my premium? Bro, why is it this is acting so stupid. But live cattle don't look bad. What's the volume looking like? The volume is low. Bro, boy, can't afford premium. Bro, I literally just I don't know why it's not letting me have my premium. I just got the notification today saying that it just took the money. That's weird. That is weird. Cause I still have my market data. That's what I'm saying. Soda ash is mine in Kenya. Never even heard of it, bro. But this is what I'm talking about when it comes to VWAP. This is how you know. Again, this is what probably no. Now there is some data, right? But what level are we stopping at, right? Look at this shit on the whole way down. What level are we stopping at, right? So if we do VWAP and we go back down to the 5 minute, you could see off market open. All you have to do is take a trade and stay underneath VWAP and take the VWAP bounce. Every time price came back to VWAP, take the sell, right? Take the sell. All right, so just on market structure alone, you could have traded off of this. Now I want to trade live cattle. Yeah, again, I'm holding gold. Gold should be good. Bro, I don't know. This live cattle might be something that we just might have to stumble across. Look at this. Look at this easy market structure. We consolidate. We break the highs. Once we start making bullish structure here, wait for a pullback and you get in. How do you get that V on top step? What V? Yeah, ICC hands down the best strategy I might have ever come across. It is too easy. Oh yeah, so you can't. That's what I'm saying. There's only one line on VWAP when it comes to top step. It doesn't give you the standard deviation band. Dang, I wish we took our trade that I mapped out earlier. Remember, look. Remember I put this trade on the down here earlier? I just set it here and forgot about it. I wish we took this trade. That's a 3.5 R. Remember I said we're above London high? I'm gonna go back and clip that. Cause I literally called this shit out, bro. We on top of highs, we retraced, made it into support. I literally put this thing down here the minute price was down here. Yep, I wanted, look, this is exactly where I wanted to take the buy, because why? Price was bouncing off VWAP right here. So I was hoping price would hold. You're gonna watch this one good. I hope that this is something that you could watch over and over again to catch moves, bro. I hope this shit do help you. But yeah, I'm gonna post it as soon as we get done. I'm gonna post it right on live. Post this bitch right on live. And see how it works out. I just don't like us getting under VWAP again, bro. I don't like this. It's not a good sign. Look what happened last time. We got underneath VWAP. Look, we got under VWAP and support. Look what happened right now. Look at this last low. That's support, bro. Look. Look. Resistance turns into support. Now we're back underneath of it, turning it back into resistance. I gotta do it like this. Alright. So I need price to get back above this level. If we get some volume, like give me some volume. This is where I don't like these type of things, bro. Volume is going up, price is going down. Right? So when that happens, but look, we are, let's just stay, yeah, we're gonna stay with this bullish bias just because we're still underneath this trend. All right, we're still in a nice order flow. All right, so let's hope that we just stay within this channel. Okay, there we go. That's a good entry right here. Nah, I think it's all up from here. I think this red line is gonna hold a support. We are getting an EMA crossover. Indication that we're being bullish. Remember what I said about this point of control? We create a higher high off of this point of control. As long as we stay above this, if we get underneath of this, bro, yeah, we're selling off. But it just doesn't. All of Asia session has bought at this level. This is where all of the big positions have been at. So I just don't see price falling from this level. If price does fall, it literally may just be back down to this level, guys. If price does decide to retrace, it may be down to this level, which will be a fib level, and then that's what's going to push us higher. But watch. Look, fib level. Yeah, DXY looks like it's about to make a break for it. BRB, alright, my boy. Nah, I feel y'all, right? We've been in this bitch for like 3 hours, bro. 3 hours. I just want to see what this trade do. Basically, full port fib. That's been my strategy for the most part, and it's been working, so. I just don't want to see price get underneath this level, bro. Like, I don't want to have to short the hell out of this thing. Bro crashed out. He really smacking shit, bro. Yeah, we are just out of session. It's 11:30, so we might get some pullback just because there's not enough volume, right? We get some volume come around, right? And then that might push us higher. But we just ain't getting the volume. Look, DXY got back underneath of our channel. We have a lot way to drop to this channel low, right? So that should push gold and need at least another couple, 50, 40 not pips, that'd be awesome. Points. DXY does this a lot. DXY will always do these little, like, look at these channels. Right? Look at these channels. This is just how currency moves for the most part, right? Super channels, super channels. Right, and they happen for a long period of time. Right, so this is nowhere even near how long. Again, that literally price is literally a nice pullback on the gold though. It's not at any bad level. Alright, we have two levels right here. We want price to stay above. We do even have this as a trend line. It's just now that we're making a head and shoulders pattern. But I don't know, bro. Just it's been so weird. Look at NQ. Look at NQ do this fucking. Look at NQ do this walk, bro. Look at this walk. Look at this easy walk. Why did like what like 5K? Not bad. Boy, my friend. Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, I don't know what Gold's gonna do with this news, bro. Honestly, why is it? This shit's retarded. I swear. I gotta write a help ticket because look, there's no back testing, but it lets me back test. Like what? So like, pick one. Like, let me do some or don't let me do it at all. What was I about to say though? Yeah, I don't know. I'm not 100% sure about this news. I'm really not. Let me check something out. We don't have red folder news tomorrow? This shit about to rip, bro. I th I think gold is about to go crazy, guys. If gold stays as low as it does, if gold starts to stay as low as it does, Let's do it. Get the fuck out of Texas. Hell yeah. But Texas best state? Hell no. Fuck no. Florida period ain't got no income tax. Well, state. No state tax. No, that's Florida too though. Florida got mommies everywhere. Florida got them mamacitas everywhere. All of down south got them. Text dip, man. I don't know, bro. Florida get them mommies from all over the world. Colombians, Guatemalans, Haitian, well, Trinidadian. I mean, we everywhere with it. Bro, you in Idaho. Every skin color up there is white. Oh, you in Missouri. I don't give a fuck if they black or not. They white. Bro, we tapped into like 4 different countries right now. NQ made. Oh, here we go. Here go gold right now. Here goes gold right now. That's what you call being patient. Now that's what you call being patient. What level is it? Look, daily VWAP got on top of our VWAP band. What level is this? The point of control. What price tap into? Point of control. Right? What did we do? Oh, here we go. How did you do today? Oh my god. We did fucking spectacular today. If I didn't have a consistency rule on any of these evals, I would have passed fucking 3 evals today. We did crazy numbers all over the place. Every account besides one. Every account cracked. Like numbers, crazy stuff, bro. I don't give a fuck what happens tomorrow. I don't give a fuck if we short or if we long. It don't matter. We're getting in. We are getting in either way. Only way we can't get in is price moves sideways. That's the only way we're not getting in the trade tomorrow. But that rejection candle, I don't like her. I don't like her.
I don't like her. Mo, what's going on? We doing good, Mo. We killing it today, man. I'm not gonna lie. Killed it today. Had a good day on every account besides one. But yeah, we're going higher, guys. It's over. We are look. Do you guys see this mini market structure? We have a high, a lower high, a lower high. We get a high, a higher high. So if we print a higher high and we hold structure on these low ends, we can start to build up market structure for the low minute. That should carry over into the 5 minute, and that will allow us to create a higher high, taking, I want to see these 7 p.m. Highs get grabbed. If we could grab these 7 a.m. highs, 7 p.m. highs, it should give us some momentum. Should give us some momentum. I like to see that we're bouncing above this VWAP band right here. This should give us some pressure, right? This honestly acts as a nice resistance. Look where this line is, right? This is a perfect resistance line to the T, right? Even if I draw a slant, which I like to do sometimes, right? What did price do? Price literally comes and taps into this level without breaking it. Same time as always, 7 p.m. EST. Always will be live. All right, let's get that 5-minute retest right there. And let's get a spring. Let's get that spring. Let's get that spring. If we close green with this long wick, guys, this is a lot of buying pressure right here. This candle in the next 20 seconds needs to close green. Tons of buying pressure. Argentina. There we go. There's that push I was just talking about. There's that close that I needed. Yeah, we should be in bullish order flow. This created a high time frame higher low support level, right? We're back in bullish structure. We do want to break above these highs though. Yes, I go live every day at 7 p.m. EST. I don't necessarily trade every session. There will be sometimes I trade, there will be sometimes I don't trade. But I go live every day at this time, 7 p.m. And we do run, sometimes we run live until 3 o'clock in the morning. Some days we get off, I mean, normally they're around 3 hours long. I don't want to keep sitting here because I am going to post this on YouTube, and we haven't really been doing much lately. So I don't want to have to sit here. I just want to see a couple of these candles close to the upside. Just so, again, we literally caught it at 3663. Which is right here, 3663. So we're in this position from 3663. I will be posting it on my TikTok when TP is hit. Alright, so that's not full TP. My full TP, which I'm hoping we get, is right here. Hey bro, listen, did you see the NQ trade I held? Look at this NQ trade I held, bro. I hold NQ the whole entire session. From 11 a.m. all the way until 4. All the way until 4 o'clock. Alright, as long as you're patient and don't get in these Asia sessions too early, you could capitalize. Asia session is not a bad session, it's just a little bit slower. right? That's the difference why people say, oh, Asia session's ass. No, it's not. The sessions run great. It's just that in New York session, if you're trying to get, 30, 40 points, you're going to get it in one or two 15-minute bars. If you're trying, look, how many points did I get? Look, I got 500 points, 504 ticks. You're up 500. Awesome, bro. Good shit. All right, we got 504 ticks in one session, guys. That is almost the whole. That's almost the whole thing. We only missed 200 ticks. I only missed 200 ticks out of all of Asia session. I mean New York session. I only missed 200 ticks, bro, out of this whole session. All right, so that's why I like the way I trade, because what are scalpers gonna do? Scalpers are gonna take an entry here and get it here, and then they're gonna take another entry up, get stopped out, take a sell down, take their position early, try and hop in again, take entry early, try and trade this way, get stopped out. You know what I mean? Like, they're taking so many. Oh shit! I'm only talking. I'm not even showing shit. But basically, what I'm saying is that scalpers tend to try and short this, come back out, take them out, come back down, take profit here, try and re-enter here, price come back up, break them even. They try and take another short, take this little couple $100. Like, they're just doing so much unnecessary buying and selling that how do you become profitable when you're giving so much risk? Each time I take a trade, I'm only putting 250 risk on the table if I'm doing, 5 to 10 micros or minis, right? I mean, 5 to 10 micros. So I know my risk is only this much. If I'm doing 10 trades, that means I have to risk $250 10 times. If I'm only doing 2 trades per day and I'm risking $200 per trade, that's only $400 risking that I'm risking to put out in the market. Versus the reward is exponential. You could risk 400 bucks right now and make fucking 100K, 200K, or fucking $10, right? You don't know the reward, but your risk is always going to be something that you're going to know. So as long as you understand what you're able to lose, and that's why I say do $200 per trade or per day, so you have 20 days to blow your account. You know what I mean? Just think about that. $200 per trade. That is what I am doing, and I'm bringing in $1,400, $1,500 per trade on these evals, right? $200 to $250 per trade. That's it. Now you have 20 trades to blow your account. Do you think it's harder to blow 20 trades in a row or blow 2 trades at $500 or $1,000 a piece? You know what I mean? It's so easy to blow a $500 trade. It's so easy to blow a $1,000 trade. It's hard to blow 10 trades in a row at $200. That is so fucking hard to do. You could guess better than that. All right, but we are in bullish order flow. I think it's a good time that I could get off now and let this position ride and let you guys just carry these into profits for those who are still in the trade. Exactly. Exactly. You know what I mean? So you'll be finished in 3 days. So that's what I'm saying, guys. I can't show you guys how many enough will send me a screenshot of your winnings over the week. And you'll be up like $1,800 in the week. You'll be like, hey, look, I did $1,800 this week. And I'll be like, all right, cool. And then you send me a screenshot the next day and it's like I lost $1,000. It's like, bro, you just showed me you made $1,800 in a week, but your biggest loss on the day is $1,000. If you know how to curb your losses, you will never be unprofitable. It's it's just that every single person who blows an account, they don't blow it over taking many trades. They blow it over taking too big of position sizes and blowing their $1,000 that they just took 5 days to make in one day, in one trade. So my advice for those who are still listening, now I wouldn't hop in yet. Matter of fact, it might be a good time. You do have 2 support. Let me see one more thing.
Nah, it's not looking good. I was gonna say something, but DXY is still not holding. DXY is looking like we kind of want to break out. I think we're just gonna consolidate. I just want to get a higher high on gold, bro. How many ticks do I have right now? We are up 113 ticks. Not bad. But yeah, guys, just remember that. Hold on to your fucking money. Hold on to what you earn. Stop giving that shit back in one night. I mean, it took you just literally grind for a whole week just to make this bread, just for you to give it back to them in one night. At least, I mean, give yourself a chance. You lose one trade at 400 bucks, get off. Find another day, right? Wait for the next day. Let your mind settle. Let your emotions settle from the loss, right? When you take a loss, right, and you try and chase it back, you're letting your emotions are doing the chasing. When you take a loss and you wait till the next day, that is a strategy. That is you focusing on yourself and not FOMOing and lashing out. Right? That's the difference. Right? And don't do that either. Don't fucking take a trade and wait 500 bucks and say, "Hey, I could risk 500 bucks cuz I'll still be break even for the day." No. Don't do that because your fucking hard-earned money that you 500 bucks, maybe risk 200 of it. So at least you're going home with 300 for the day. Don't ever make a trading day worthless. Don't go up $1,000 for the day just to lose $1,000 and say, "Hey, I broke even. It's no big deal." No, we want this day to count. Every day that you put into the market, you need to count. You feel me? Once you could do that, it's harder. It's a lot easier said than done, right? Even I still have a problem with that. But what I'm saying is, don't let each day count. Earn some profit. I don't give a fuck if it's 10 bucks. It adds up, right? Just never make this day a wasted day by going up a couple hundred just to break even at the end of the day. Right? Go up 500 and then risk 200. So if worst comes to worst is that you're still up 300 on the day. You know what I mean? That is what you try and do. Again, I'm not telling you this is what you have to do, but it's gonna make it a lot easier. You know what I mean? It's like having a piggy bank, bro. The more money you put in the piggy bank every single day without taking out, the more at the end of the year that you're gonna have a good amount of money in there. Trading is the same way. The more that you put in, little by little, again, you're gonna have big days, you're gonna have small days. Just remember, you can't have $1,000 days every single day. When you're chasing $1,000 day every single day, and then you're gonna have big losses. So you just need to be comfortable with anything from two to 800, 2 to 600, 2 to 400, right? Be comfortable with taking one trade and winning and getting off the charts. You know what I mean? We have to figure out how to get comfortable at doing that. Do you use TradingView to trade the Asian market? Yes. You use TradingView for everything. TradingView is the charts that we use to access the whole entire market. So you use TradingView for everything. But again, guys, yeah, I think we can get off on that note. I think you guys understand what I'm trying to say. Do not allow one session to ruin it. Don't blow your account over one session. Allow yourself to hold on to losses for days. So we don't really trade Asia as often. We like to trade Asia after midnight because that is when they get the most movement. I'd rather be 1,500 than no account. If I'm in $1,500 drawdown and I know it's so bad, you best believe I'm full port in the next trade. Best believe it.
but I'm about to slide. Yeah. But again, we normally trade New York session. Okay, I normally trade from 4 p.m. 4 a.m. 4 a.m. EST, which is London session. The end of London session, so the last like 3 hours of London to New York session. That is what I normally trade. I would normally trade basically, let me put it like this, from midnight to noon. That is my trading hours. From midnight to noon. That is it. Them 12 hours are the hours that I will be taking positions. I don't necessarily take positions after 2 p.m. on New York session. I don't like to take positions before 10 a.m. in Asia. 10 p.m. in Asia, right? Somebody could probably post to the times that I trade. I do have a schedule that I trade. Somebody could, if you're in the Discord, somebody could post it for you. But there are times that I trade. If not, again, I will share it tomorrow. But yeah, I think we're good. We're in bullish order flow. We are actually, look, we're about to reject off of this level. Gold is looking promising, guys. Gold is looking promising. Yeah, we're gonna end on that note. We are up currently. We are up 55. Yeah, 5,500. Nice, easy day. Can you guys see that? 5,500. Can't beat it. Can't beat it. Nice day for today. And that's just on the funded. Oh, did I take a trade on my live account? I thought I did. I don't know if I did. Nope, I ain't take it. That's crazy. That's just one thing about having so many fucking accounts. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna get with y'all later. If you guys have any questions, you know where to find me at. Please, if you guys are not in my Discord, join my Discord. If you can't get in my Discord, send me a DM and I will get you in there. We will be live tomorrow again at 7 p.m. EST. So let's get active. Stay on them charts and stay busy. Is it a goal to have a funded account? Yes, funded accounts are very good to have. Again, tomorrow I'll go over them more for you, but funded accounts are very, 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 very great to have. TP, my full TP is at, matter of fact, I am aiming for 3714. That is where my TP is at, full TP. 3700 is where I will be taking partials. But I'm out of here. Adios. Alright guys, Discord. I'm gonna talk to y'all later. We trade with you, post trades. Yeah, I'm out of here. I'm gonna talk to y'all later, guys. Have a good night.